Well, it's where I would like to see it on a fish.
Okay.
If you have a fish, and then I think so where should be his mouth, then for me it's like this high up on his face, because it looks just the best. So I think every fish should think
Should have high up mouths.
looking like this, maybe. Now, no fish shaming. Every mouth is okay for fish. Sorry.
It's time for Gap and Doodle.
Hello. It's Thursday afternoon. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. I was going to say you know what that means, but I think you already do. If you know what I mean. It's time for... Ooh, look at that. It just popped up on my feed with I've gone live. It's true, I have. It's a Thursday afternoon. We have a Gap and Doodle. This is the last one in the afternoons, or like earlier in the day. It will end up being at night hereafter. But today, well, depending on where you are around the world, maybe it is tonight, we have on a lovely, lovely guest, the one and only, and again, I know these are backwards, it's because of the way my camera's set up. We have Anna Süßbauer is going to be joining us, who did Bravo Avocado, and Watch Out for Lion, and I'm not even sure, my wife said, I think it was like Apple Bunny? No. My wife speaks German, and so she tried to translate for me what APFELHASE. Is that right, Lauren? Yeah. Apple Bunny, which is very cute. So I'm going to let in our special guest. We'll work for the day, and then we will let you all... Oh, I will put in one thing, which is, ask us anything. And I will try to stay with the comments. I always say that, and then I always... lose track of what people are asking. But hello to everybody that's saying hello. Ask us anything and send. And then I'm going to pin that comment. There we go. Best of Bloodline. Depends. I can get into it later. It's a loaded question. Okay, so let me... Let's see. Oh, there it goes. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you for coming on. I've been a big fan of yours for a long time. I feel like every time one of your Instagram posts shows up in my feed, it's an immediate like or a little heart every time they pop up, because I'm always in love with the work that you do. But thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And it's actually tonight here, so.
It is? What time of night?
8 p.m.
8 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's my normal nighttime. In this case, I'm working during the day, which is sort of unheard of.
Okay.
So we've been fans in this household of yours for a long time, and I know that you worked with a publisher that I've worked with Page Street, which is not just down the road, but down the road from where I teach. It literally is like 20 minutes from where I teach is their headquarters.
Okay.
And so I've known them for a long time, and seeing when I saw Watch Out for Lion, it popped up in my feed, and I was like, where have I seen that before? And then I went over to the Page Street site to look at something, and I saw that on there, and I was like, oh, that's Page Street. So today we're gonna draw, we're gonna converse, and I know that you're a little hesitant because of language, and so we'll manage the best we can.
Yes.
But can you give everybody out there that's watching a little sense of who you are and what you do first?
Yes. First of all, I want to apologize for my German heavy German accent. But you said it was okay, so
Yeah,
we
totally.
tried it tonight. I'm an illustrator. You pronounced my name very good, Süßbauer, Anna Süßbauer. I'm an illustrator in Cologne, in Germany, and I'm also I have also a day job, another day job in an office. So I have 2 jobs. Yes, but we are only going to focus on the illustrator job today.
Okay.
I think.
Is the other job an art job, or is it?
No. It's
Okay.
quite the opposite.
Okay. Well, I was reading an interview by you, and I think it talked about like HR and
Yes, HR controlling. It is. It's like
yeah.
Excel. Yes,
Okay.
8 hours Excel. Yes.
It's not quite as well, I don't know, maybe it is. I was gonna say maybe it's not quite as rewarding as making art for the soul. So
Yeah, but it pays money, so
yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah. So the rule of these sessions, and just to give everybody an update that's watching, we talk about anything and everything. If you want to change conversation, if it gets boring, whatever, you can. Hopefully, it doesn't get boring. But if it does, just let me know and we can shift gears. The internet is its own mystery, and if it goes down, we will try to hop back on as quickly as possible. You are allowed to leave whenever you want to leave. So if you're tired, because I know it's late, I don't know what your normal sleep schedule is, but if it gets late and you're tired, don't hesitate to let me know. I'm a-okay. Sort of, we can send you off gracefully if need be. And then then there's 2 questions, and the 2 questions, I don't know what the answers are to these yet, but tonight we're going to be drawing and making in front of people. I believe you're using Photoshop. Is that right?
Yes,
okay.
Right.
Good. So normally I ask people what supplies they use, but Photoshop is the supply.
Yes.
But within Photoshop, can you tell us, like, are there certain brush packs or brushes that you use? Are there certain things that are like the equivalent of your toolkit that are commonplace? Like, are you a layers person? Are you how do you normally make?
Yes. So I'm using a Wacom board and with this pen, but I don't have a display. I just have this old black Wacom board. And then in Photoshop, so I'm going to focus on my screen, my iMac screen, when we start to draw. And I'm a layer person. I use much layers, and I'm using the fabulous brushes of Kyle T. Webster.
Okay.
Yes, the
classic
cool brushes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sadly, he has moved on to Procreate, and he's not longer at Adobe, but he left his brushes there, so we can still use them.
The history of them is still there, hidden in the application.
Yes, I hope so. I hope so. And I use like a mixture of watercolor and oil brushes and some yes, like fine liner brushes. A wild mix of maybe like 20 brushes.
Do you bring in any textures from like scans or anything, or is it all digitally made?
No, yes, it's all made with brushes. I have a background like canvas. You're going to see it, and this is like a paper canvas I use, and then the textures are all made with brushes.
Wow, I just in looking at your work, there's so many like natural looking textures that I would have assumed that you scan some stuff in previously
Oh,
and worked with those. That's in my mind impressive, because the irregularity that you get out of some of the textures feels so natural and not like stamped that sometimes Photoshop can give. So
yes.
cool.
That's because of the many
Yeah.
layers.
Well, that's
The
the
layers
other
are the
reason when
secret. The
yeah
secret to my textures.
when I asked about the layers, or when I said layers, that was one of my thoughts was like, okay, how are you stacking and adding all these things together to make it sort of come out the way that it does? And then the other question is, what are you making tonight? What are you working on?
I'm going to surprise myself.
Okay, so you don't know at all.
No,
Okay.
I'm just. I was planning on doing like a creature collage
Okay.
thing, many
Okay.
creatures, and yes, it's a surprise for me too, because this is what I like most.
So
Uh,
I need some help from you, because I'm a little unsold on what I want to work on, and I have two options, and I don't know what I'm doing with either of them. One is a hedgehog, or
mhm.
two is a cuttlefish.
Sorry, what?
Is it a hedgehog or a cuttlefish?
Oh, okay. I didn't get the second one. Hedgehog. I thought you were going to say a hedgehog or two hedgehogs.
That's the decision I need.
But okay, okay. The second one was I
Cuttlefish. It's
I,
like
I
a
heard cuttlefish, but this can't be cuttlefish. Is it like a fish to cuddle? No.
no. It's like a squid.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's like a squid, but it's I don't even know, like shorter little limbs. Sort of, well, not a squid, maybe an octopus. I don't know. It's somewhere in that range.
Okay.
But they're called in the States. They're called cuttlefish. I have
Okay.
no idea why.
But you don't cuddle them. But
No,
okay.
I
Oh,
wouldn't.
sad. It's sad. But you could make a cuddling cuttlefish,
That's
maybe.
that's what I'm wondering, is like trying to figure out. I don't. I'm grossed out by fish for the most part.
Mm.
They're not my thing, and so I thought, can I figure out a way to make a cuttlefish cute? And so maybe that's what tonight is.
Okay. Yes. But the hedgehog is also fine. Wow, I can't decide. I don't know. It's both cute, I think.
Okay. Okay. We'll leave
But
it.
maybe maybe you're daring to make the fish tonight.
Fish. I'll do a fish. I'll do a cuttlefish tonight. We'll see what happens.
Okay,
So
I will do some hedgehogs, I think.
you're gonna take the other one.
No,
Okay.
not really.
So I know that I have lots of questions for you. I know that we got to set up cameras and whatnot. But I do want to say right off the bat that I am like such a fan, and I know I said it at the top, but I really am such a fan of your aesthetic and the like. I don't even know how to, the grit or like the textures that you get in your work are so lovely that, and I think I even said it in the post, that you make these characters that are also like big and plump, that show up, like all the animals and critters and like things are just like plump and round and bulbous, which is right at the heart of like the shapes that I love in my own work. And so I was like, oh, I was so excited when you said yes to be on tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you,
Yes,
thank you.
plump is a funny word because it's also a German word, but it's not very
Oh,
nice. It's it's like big and maybe a bit awkward. So,
oh,
uh,
okay.
but I looked it up, and plump is in English it's just round and
Yeah,
big, right?
yeah.
Okay.
It just means like big and round. I don't think it has a negative connotation. My
Okay.
wife is not like perfectly fluent, but she knows German, but she didn't catch that
Oh,
one.
okay.
And
Why does she speak German? Is she some kind related to
she
Germany, or?
she did she took German in school and was
Mhm.
did a student exchange transfer thing for high school when she was there.
Okay.
I'm more German than she is with my
Oh, okay.
last name, but I don't speak anything beyond a few random like words that everybody knows, and so
Okay.
I'm horrible with it. And I was even with the with your name one of the things that shows up, I don't even know what the name is of that special character that looks like the it looks a little bit like a bee, but it's the like
yes, it's a double S.
yeah, and she
We
had
call
this,
it a sharp S. It's you can spell it either with a double S or this sharp S.
yeah,
And yes,
and it's
the
still,
correct spelling is with the sharp S, but it looks a bit like a B, and that's always a problem.
I know,
Yes.
sort of like I didn't know which. I was like, how do I even get that character in Instagram? Like, can I find that character to put in? And so she told me all the alternate ways that I could do it to make it work, and so hopefully it was appropriate. So why don't we switch to our downsheets and we can get going?
Yes. Okay. I will switch my camera then, and I hope that everybody can see enough of my screen.
It looks like I might have gone blurry for a second here, but hopefully it comes back. We will see. I can see your screen fine. I think it's just a matter of mine.
Okay, I'm just
A little blurry.
adjusting it a little bit so you can all of the canvas. Okay, I hope this works. I'm doing just a little trying something here.
Yeah, why don't you, where's the top and where's the bottom? That's the only thing I want to double check. Yours.
Sorry, I have a Photoshop problem. Great.
Right off the bat.
Okay, no, sorry, I made a mistake. Good start. So, okay. Can you see
it's working.
Can you see the plump thing I'm making?
You're using that word plump now? Yes. I can totally see it.
Okay.
What's the top of your screen? Just so I know, like what, I just want to make sure that it's facing the right direction. I can't really see from my end.
Okay.
Are you?
Okay, this is the top.
Okay,
here,
then we're good.
Right here, and here's the bottom. So, okay.
Okay, we are totally good then. I want to double check my feed here because my feed looks like it's acting a little funky here. Let me just make sure that my hands move accordingly. Okay, I think we are good. I'm a little blurry on mine, but hopefully the internet will correct itself on this end. Because yours is coming through fine. It's something to do with my feed. So tell me a little bit about sort of like most of the folks that I have on here have a have been in picture books and have sort of either devoted time towards that or have as like their sole enterprise, or have an art job, but then you have something that's an alternate job. And I'm wondering, how does that play into your making process? Do you come home and you just crave making art because your job is not art to begin with?
No, it's pretty much a good combination, I think, because the other job is okay. First of all, I have to admit that I have a slight problem with making and speaking at the same time. I cannot do two things at the same time very well, but I'm trying. So I have these two jobs, and I had the office job for a long time, for over 20 years now, 23 years now. And so this was my first job, and I still like it. It's a good job. It's nice people there. But I always wanted to make something with art, and then like 2017, it was the time to start something, and I'm looking forward to draw and make art, but I also like the other job and doing something different.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's something that I tell students quite often, is that idea of having a day job that is different can also be rewarding because you don't use up all your creative energy during the day. And so, like, there was a point where I was working in an animation studio and I would get home and I would be absolutely worn out artistically because I've used up all my creative, thinking for the day. And so that idea of having a day job, I think there's sometimes sometimes in the art community that can be seen as like a negative, or people think of it as a negative, but I actually think it can be a positive in some sense. And it's a matter of just like how you use your time effectively. Are you someone that works then at night for a majority of the stuff, like art wise, or weekends?
Yes, I have 4 days of office time, and then I during the day, and then I'm drawing. In English, you say at night, but it's in the evening time.
Okay.
And then the weekend and Fridays are my drawing days. Yes. And it depends on how much jobs I have in illustration. Sometimes I do just I'm working just on one book, and sometimes on two. Maximum is 3 books at the same time, and then it gets a bit critical with my time.
Do you well, when it comes to deadlines and sort of managing hitting those, are you someone who has to sort of work the late hours when it comes down to meeting those deadlines, or are you someone that can sort of manage it relatively easily from the beginning and not have to threaten your livelihood of sleep?
No, I'm finishing everything like at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the evening, the latest, and then I go off to. I'm a bit old. I'm like 45 years old, so I have to get my sleep. Otherwise, I will be cranky in the daytime. So.
You just called me.
Luckily, my daughter is she's going to be 12 this month, so she doesn't need much attention in during the night or in the evening, so it's okay.
She can manage on her own at this point.
Yes.
I'm older than you by just a little bit, but I definitely like the wear and tear on staying up late, which I do way too often, has reared its ugly head, and I'm fighting it quite often, trying to like push hours that I shouldn't be pushing. Is there, with some of the like, one of the things that this is a weird question, but since we're both relatively in the same age range, I'm 40, I don't even know, I'm 47 or 48, and I don't know which. My wife will probably be able to tell you. But is there a challenge? And this is going to be a weird question, so bear with me. There's all these young kids in illustration that are all coming out and, becoming stars in their own right. And I'm wondering, with the age that you and I are, and I'm not saying we're old of any sort. I think we're still spring chickens. We're young. But
Thank you.
Yes, do you think there is a challenge of trying to stay current and like with it when it comes to the way that you make, or the choices, like either aesthetic choices in your artwork, or the what do I want to say, like the subject matter, like content, to make sure that you're hip and cool for the younger generation?
Maybe this is a mistake I make, but I don't care that much about the
Okay. No,
about what's if you take Instagram, for example, there are a lot of trends that I don't follow, and it's okay. I think I don't make dancing stuff or reels or
yeah.
this is my first video where where you see my face ever, and I'm a lot of years on Instagram, so you see how serious I am with this. No, I'm not afraid of not keeping up
Yeah.
art-wise, because I'm doing what I like to do, and what I want to see in illustration. I'm always making these creatures on Instagram, for example, for myself, because I like them. I find them funny and they make me happy. And so if my audience also thinks they are funny and cute, this is the best feeling. But first of all, I do them for myself.
Yeah.
So this is if this is getting old one day, then I don't know what happens.
Well,
I just I think I'm keeping doing what makes me happy.
I mean, I
Yes.
think that's the same for me too, in the sense of like, who cares? But it's also one of those things where, like, I think the older I get, and I don't know if this pertains to you as well, but I start to question, like, am I still hip? And I think it's partially because I'm dealing with college students when I teach, that
Yes.
I'll say something or I'll mention an artist and they'll shoot back with like, oh, that's from ages ago, or that's, or you're so old kind of argument. And I'm like, oh, I didn't realize I was that out of the loop on certain things. Do you I have to tell you though, like later, about an hour in, we have a dance section where we do TikTok dance, and
okay.
so be prepared.
So it's really getting late, Mark. I think I have to go now. Is it okay?
Yeah. I don't ever think I would do a dance online. I don't think I dance in public in general. I don't think people want to see that. With my someone, that's very nice. Tessa Breen Art says, I really love your German accent, and I know that you were concerned, but I do too. Just like it's heartwarming to hear. I'm so used to like my horrible American pronunciation of things, and then having your accent, so I don't worry about that whatsoever. So tell me a little bit about sort of the introduction to Kidlit for you, because I know that you've had day jobs and things of the sort. Was it an easy sort of leap into that world? Was that something where like getting an agent, or some of the challenges that people face trying to break into the industry of Kidlit, was that stuff that like really mattered as much to you, or was it something that like because you had a day job, when it happens, it happens?
Yes, it was a bit like this. I was on a short sabbatical for my day job, and I used the time. I was on an island, a Dutch island called Texel. In Dutch, it's called Texel, and it's a beautiful island. I go there every day. Every day would be great. Every year for a vacation.
Okay.
And I used the time. It was like 6 weeks to think about what I want to do in this business. And then I'm a bit of a planner and a very structured person. And so I made my Excel sheet and made a list, basically what I need to do in order to get an illustrator, and yes, like everything, how to get jobs, how to manage the taxes, and how to make a living from it, and also because I'm a self-taught artist.
Yeah.
Is it what you call it? I didn't go to school for it.
Self-taught.
And I just listed what I have to learn, basically, like color management and everything I wanted to learn at this time, and then I just
Did it?
went through my list and did it. Yes.
Yeah.
And pretty soon, an agent approached me from Plum Agency, my agent today, still today, and then I got my first jobs very quickly.
So, one of the things that I think is like good advice that you might be able to impart on a lot of the listeners and watchers of this is because there's a lot of folks that like want to break into this industry that potentially don't have the ability to go back to school or to, you know, take the time to go get a whole nother education specifically for this. And so I'm wondering, are there bits of advice that you potentially could give on sort of the methodology? That was it online learning that you did, like, you know, YouTube videos? Was it, how did you gain the knowledge that you gained along the way?
Yes, from YouTube, but also I think it was Domestika already at the time. I'm not sure. Maybe Skillshare.
Yeah.
I like platforms like this and books, and I was then pretty soon I found groups on Facebook where to ask people what they do, and then this would be a great advice to get connected with a lot of people. It was 2017, and Instagram was still a very nice place to meet people, and like an illustration community was still not as big as today. So I met very, very nice people. 6 of them are still in an little group. We're still together in 6 of us. I'm one of them. So 5 other illustration ladies. It's called Unterseecafé, and we are like a studio group, but not in the same place, but in different places. And these are brilliant illustrators, and we just helped each other, or we are helping each other to this day. So just I would always recommend to if you go on Instagram and show your art, also connect with other people. Go to groups, maybe local groups. There are a lot of them. If you are in a bigger city, Cologne is a very big city, and we have also like groups who are meeting, and yes, just talk to other illustrators and talk to illustrators who already have published books, and just ask them.
Yeah.
If I'm talking, I'm just stop drawing. Sorry, but this is just I can't do it both. You have to bear with me here. I'm trying my best. This picture will never get ready if I'm doing this in this tempo.
Time. It does take time and patience, but eventually it does click in that you just start making and talking. And so know that it can take longer for others than everybody. I've been doing it so long that I'm just like, I'm so used to just making and talking that know that it's okay if you need to stop and converse. I'm not offended in any way. So tell me a little bit about sort of finding your aesthetic, because I do think that your aesthetic is very like well refined, and it's clearly your work. Like, I'm not looking at your work and going, oh, this feels like it's somebody else's. And I know that that's something that can happen a lot, especially in kidlit, where people get, they sort of follow their heroes and try to imitate. And I feel like you have such a unique voice with your work, and I'm wondering just sort of how did you come to it?
Ooh, this is a really nice compliment. Thank you. Because I'm always really, really afraid of somebody coming up to me and saying, okay, this looks too much like something else.
Oh, no.
Yes, but I don't know really how to answer it, because it's just, I think it comes from within, and you cannot really. I have influences too, of course. I have illustrators I admire, and I have illustrators from my childhood, like Eric Carl, of course, and like the German illustrator F.K. Wächter, who just influenced me a lot. And the textures I make, they are a bit influenced by this collage style, also that you use also. You see it, but I cannot really answer this. This is just this is a huge question about style, and style is something you cannot create. I think it's a mixture from your past, what you looked at as a child, maybe, and then what you're looking at today, and what comes from within your soul, maybe.
Yeah.
It's
Well, no,
getting a bit corny here, but yeah, I think it's like that.
I actually think that's a really good answer, in the sense of the idea that you're coming to it naturally and it's not a forced thing. I mean, I think that's one of the challenges that I see with a lot of folks that are trying to break in, is they're trying to like force their hand too heavily on trying to and I don't, mimic is not necessarily the right thing, but like they get caught up in style, or that word style altogether, and don't sort of just do what naturally comes to them, and in turn they sort of lose focus on what's important to them aesthetically, or their understanding of their art making process. And so to me, that idea of coming to it sort of naturally and just saying, hey, this is the way my hand operates, is an absolutely valid and probably, in my mind, preferred way of discovering your style, of just not getting caught up in sort of what everybody else is doing.
Yes.
But I know that a lot of people fall prey to that. Just, it's a natural thing as an artist to just go, let me compare myself to others.
Yes, I get that, and I also look at a lot of things. I'm looking constantly at other illustrators and art, and yes, I'm sure I'm influenced by it too, to a certain degree. But yes, you always have to think about what you want to see, and yeah. Yes.
Now, which was your first book that you worked on? Was that?
Maybe I'm not sure what the first book was, but one of the first books was like the very hungry. How do you pronounce it? I'm not sure. Caterpillar.
Yep.
Which was also translated to German. And then I had very uncommon picture books as a child, like F.K. Wächter books, which is really not. These are children's books, but my parents were like, not traditional parents. They gave me books at an early age, which aren't maybe for children. I had Crumb comics, for example, at the age of 6 maybe, and this is very early, I think. Like, you know, these 60s, 70s, I don't know the word. You know, if you raise your children, but you don't want to, okay, this is getting hard. You raise your children in a certain way in the 60s and 70s, maybe in opposite to your parents, which were very strict, and you don't want to be strict. And then it's anti-autoritär, we say in German, but I don't know the word in English.
I know what
sorry.
You're saying. I know what you're saying.
Not strict, but the opposite. You let them free, and there were parents like this. They let me read and do everything, and there was always art in every place of the apartment. And yes, so I looked at a lot. This is a very long answer. Sorry. I looked at a lot of picture books I weren't supposed to look at, maybe.
Well, did you? Is it the German story with the guy with the long fingernails?
This is you mean, I know what you mean. This was an book, creepy German book from the 19th century.
Yeah.
And it was then in the 70s. Yes, a new version of it with the opposite. Yes.
I was gonna say that's
right.
not, in my mind, that's not the most kid friendly either. It's like such a creepy, like crazy. I don't know if people know what I'm referencing, but it's this. I feel like it's a blonde character, and he's just got crazy long nails or crazy long fingers, and it's like.
It's called Der Struwwelpeter. Yes. Someone said Struwwelpeter. Yes. It's creepy. It's from the 19th century, I guess, and it should bring little kids to eat their food and something like that. Yes. Can somebody translate anti-autoritär for me in the chat, maybe? Because I don't know the English word. It helped very much. Thank you.
I think the first thing I thought was and I know it's not what you were saying, but the latchkey kid, which is like being raised without your parents around in the after. Like you would come home from school and your parents wouldn't be there, and in that case, you definitely see a lot of things that you probably shouldn't. Because you turn on the TV or you read the internet or whatever. But I'm trying to watch and see if anybody can translate that one in particular. With having parents that allowed you to sort of anti-authoritarian.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, Rike said it. Yes.
Okay. With having this access to these things that are potentially like above your age range at such a young age, do you think that it sort of influenced you, not necessarily in a bad way, but like in a positive way, to see such variety at a young age, or to see things that were not sort of simplified just because you were a kid?
Yes, I think so. You see that there's a lot of stuff out there, and not only the picture books maybe that are made for a special age, because today's it's like you have a picture book and it's for the age of 1 to 3 maybe, and it has to be in a special way for these children. But I'm not saying that children should look at everything. That was a bit much maybe, but I think my picture books, I made a lot of board books, and they are not, I think they are not like only for the young children, but also for older children, or maybe for the parents too. They have fun with it too. And this is what I want to make for young children, because I think they are happy with funny creatures who are not looking like every other creature in every other book, I think.
Well, I think that's sort of where the question comes from in my mind, is that idea of the perception of, like, if you see things that are sort of counter to the typical, or are maybe, you know, a little advanced or things of the sort, that you make people think outside the box potentially a little earlier.
Yes.
Or that they, you know, they get introduced to ideas that are wilder or more evocative at an early age, and hopefully that turns into a, you know, an adult who goes, I can do something wild and interesting because I saw so much of it when I was young.
Yes, maybe, I think so.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry, I was just agreeing with you.
So now that you're in this world of Kidlit, are there things that, you know, you look at your work and go, okay, how can I do something, like, how do you envision your work setting itself apart from others? Because I do think that it does. I mean, looking at your fish right there, I'm immediately like, okay, that is a fish made by you. There's, you know, you, again, your voice or your aesthetic is so well established in my mind that I'm wondering, how do you decide to, like, I guess I'm gonna rephrase this because it's a long-winded question. And it's gonna sound really stupid, but how do you make the decisions that you make artistically? Is it something that, like, in painting the fish that you're working on right now, is that, I'm assuming that's a fish.
Yes.
But in doing that, there's decisions that you're making that not everybody makes. In the sense of, like, how high you put the mouth and eyes on it, and the color choices, like that little dash of green at the top of it. That's a decision that you're making. And I'm wondering, is some of it really intentional? How much of it is arbitrary, or just, you know, you just feel like it needs to be there?
Well, it's where I would like to see it on a fish.
Okay.
If you have a fish, and then I think, so where should be his mouth, then for me it's like this high up on his face, because it looks just the best. So I think every fish should think
Should have high up mouths.
looking like this, maybe. Now, no fish shaming. Every mouth is okay for fish. Sorry, I take that back. All fish look very good. So now it's just, I think it's funny, and then also the small eyes. I think, you know, you make very big eyes, Mark. I see it on your characters often. So I think you like the big eyes that way. So it's just, I like very much the very small eyes at the top of their heads. It's,
well, I like
maybe
the top. I like the top of the head eyes too.
Yeah.
Like, I've been getting more into small eyes on things, or really small pupils, because it looks sort of like they're a little dumb in a way. And so, like, some of this, and the reason why I ask, and hearing it totally makes sense of, it just feels right, or it feels kind of silly or fun to have it there. And I think that's sort of everything I do artistically, I think, is really about that statement of, like, is it funny? Is it something that makes me giggle? And that even the high up eyes to me is really funny, because it's like they're sort of like leaning their head back a little, or looking down at you. in a funny way that you just normally don't see people walking with their head tilted that way.
Yes.
And so it's it's the same mentality that I have for like the choices that I make. And then
yes, I think so, because you have always your arms and legs like in funny places, and I like that too. So yes, I think we're very much alike that way.
The silliness wins every time. Like if it has to be serious or silly, silly's gonna win.
Yes. Do you sometimes look at your pictures and giggle? Because I do. So
I wouldn't say that I giggle, but I want to be happy and smile or think something like I don't know if I giggle out loud, but I'm also not a person who laughs out loud very often. It's just not a thing I do. But it's definitely like with that intention. If I can make something that would make me laugh out loud, then I win. And so that idea, there was a piece that I made, I've probably mentioned it on here at some point, but when I first got out of college, I did this piece and it made me laugh for at least a couple hours straight. And I just, one of those things where like you just can't stop laughing about it. And it was a French fry that was robbing another French fry. See, you're already, and it had on a ski mask and it was using a ketchup packet as its weapon. And to me, it just was like the funniest situation. And I got so caught up in it that I just couldn't stop laughing for a long time. And my roommate, who was watching me do it, was, of course, perplexed because it was not as funny to them as it was to me. And I try to replicate it at some point because it was really just a dumb image. But so, do you laugh out loud at your own work then?
No, I'm not,
often, or
I'm not laughing out. No, I'm not laughing out loud, but I giggle sometimes. Yes, I admit it.
It's I don't know. I just feel like that's always like, okay, so I'm looking at what you're drawing here, and even like the little toe, the front toe poking up high like that is super funny to me. Like the idea that it's arched that hard gives it an even more cartoony, or like it's a little bit like you said R. Crumb earlier, like the keep on trucking image from R. Crumb. It sort of harkens to that, and so
Maybe yes.
There's something sort of quirky about it that I really love.
And the influences I didn't mention earlier was I was influenced by comic books as well. Like I had these Asterix comic books and you know Donald Duck and these Donald Duck books were very very famous in the 80s in Germany. So I have a lot of had a lot of these, and always looked at comic books with my I have a lot of uncles, very young uncles. My father had some younger brothers, and they were looking with me at these picture books, and I think I traced them as a kid also, and tried to work out the legs and the arms. And Donald Duck always had these funny hands. He was always doing something with his hands. And I just the style of my creatures walking or doing something with their hands, it's maybe influenced by these
goes back
books.
to that.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, so I have a question for you then, because you said your uncles were relatively young. How much older than you were your uncles?
I think like 12 years older, growing up. Yes, but they were still at home when I was with my grandmother, so they were around like brothers, maybe, basically.
Okay. Just for a second there, I was thinking, like, are they the same age? And I was like, that's got to be wild to have an uncle that's like so close in age.
Not that young, but still so young that they were into comic books, and me as a child as well. So it was a match there.
I mean, I know that there's families, especially big families, where like there's a huge age gap like that, and it threw me for a second. I was like, I got to find out more about how much of an age gap are we talking. So you jump into Kidlit your first book comes out.
Yes.
What was the feeling?
I have a bit of a problem here because that this is a problem of mine. I cannot be very happy about books. I admit that now because I'm working on it. I'm still thinking of the next book when one book is finished. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not good at staying in the moment and just being happy of an accomplishment. And this is something I'm working on because it makes me a bit sad that I cannot be really happy with one thing at one time. I'm always thinking of, okay, what's the next project? What's the next job? Often, if one book comes out, I'm always working already on the next books. So my mind is on the next book already, but that's sad, I think. I want to be more happy with finished work. So my first book, I wasn't as happy as I should have been, I think.
Just for that.
What about you? Are you really happy if you have a finished book in your hands?
Honestly, no. And I think it's some of the same mindset of, and I think some of it is out of my control in the sense of when I finish a book, I'm spent on it. You know, like I've already spent so much time on it, and I'm like, the last few pages are always arduous, a challenge to get through because I want to move on to the next project. And then it takes so long for the book to actually come out that by the time it does, it feels really old to me. And I've already moved on either conceptually or aesthetically, or, you know, the project that I'm working on is I feel like is that much better. And so when the book comes out, most of the time I'm not super, like I'm okay. It's fun to have something that's a physical copy, but my first reaction is always sort of like, oh, I could have done better because now I'm doing this cool thing and I should have done that earlier and it would have shown up in this book. And so it's always sort of looking at it as something that's antiquated.
Yeah. Yes, I get it.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, there's nothing that, admittedly, and I imagine the same for you, but the books that we work on are lovely and there's so much effort and time put into them that it is a shame to sort of not give them their due when they get published. But I also think that's just the artist in me that always has a critique and always looks at it could be better. And it's whether it's a book or it's something else, there's always that question of like a few days later coming back to it and going, this isn't exactly what I hoped it would be.
Yes, I think this is a normal behavior for an artist.
Yeah.
Because this is progress, I think, and it's okay. So if you always would love what you made maybe a few years ago, so you wouldn't have progress in your work, I think.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good sign.
So speaking of that, is there something that you can say, like looking now, that you wish that you knew starting out? So, and what I mean by that is like, is there some process or something that like would have made your life easier or your perception of when you're done with a book that much more rewarding if you had known right from the get-go?
I don't think so. It's an evolution maybe that had to be done. So I wouldn't change anything.
Yeah.
Maybe I would recommend myself to be more in the moment from the get-go, but since I cannot do it today, so I'm not I'm obviously not that person, but yes, I think maybe I'm getting there in time, but no, I think it's all okay what I did, and yes, I'm struggling sometimes with like do I want to make books, or do I want to make something else? Is it still books? Do I have to change anything? But that's just going on, and maybe I'm just that person that always thinks of can I change anything, or is it all okay? And this I was like that from the beginning, and I'm still like that. And
I mean, I definitely I look back and I say, I wish I knew to loosen up earlier.
okay.
And it's that same sentiment of just like to not necessarily like question authority. I don't think I mean in that way, but like to not live by standards of others. And I think it took me a long time to get to a point where I'm just like, I don't care anymore. I'm just going to make my work. And, you know, in turn, that does leave a few challenges in the sense of like, maybe marketability is not as high if I'm trying to just please myself. But I definitely think that I wish I wasn't so scared of change early on. I guess that's probably a good way to put it. So I see there's a couple of questions here I want to get to. Okay, first question that I see here that I want you to try to answer as best you can. Someone says, I find it hard to stay inspired on projects that need to be finished even. Do you? So are you someone who like the start of the project's really fun and the end of the project is awful? Or are you someone that thinks it's fun all the way through?
I think the start is the hardest. And when I'm in it, it's going to be get funnier. Funnier, I don't know, but rewarding, I think.
Okay.
And I'm glad when it's finished because it's finished. But yes, the hardest part is the beginning, I think. And I'm staying in it. Like the motivation to stay in it is, yes, obviously because I have a deadline, and I never dropped a deadline. Do you say dropping a deadline?
Yeah,
no,
missing
you say
deadline. Yeah.
Missing. Yes, I never missed a deadline in my life. I'm very strict to myself on this, and this is if I have personal projects which don't have a deadline. This is another story. Then I'm having sometimes a hard time to finish them. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I personally struggle at the end just because I'm someone who doesn't like consistency. I like to change things, and like by the end you can't really change too much because you've already made those decisions. But I'm always fascinated in hearing that the start is the hard part is sort of fascinating to me in some sense. Is there a reason why the start is harder? Is it just because of the like unknown?
Yes, but because I'm starting out, and then I have some ideas, and maybe they don't work out the way I want them to work out, and then I change them, and I change the colors like 1,000,000 times in the start, and like I want to have a picture in my head, like what should this book look like, and sometimes I don't get into it right away, and I have to yes.
Do you do a lot of
work
sketching?
No, I don't do any sketching. I'm making very rough sketches in my notebook, just for the overall image of the spread of the page, and very rough, and never can show them to anybody because this is just stickman.
So how do you get clearance to go make the work then? Like,
I make roughs for the publisher, of course, but they are colored roughs already. They're not like pencil roughs, but colored already. But just the shapes and yes, the scene or whatever is requested, and then I go from there. And I don't do these you know, black and white pencil roughs.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Next question on here. It says, can you share what brushes you are using?
Yes, I'm using like Coyote Webster brush.
Yeah.
This is and I can show them. This is like an inky pen. Sorry, I have to like an inky pen for the lines. It's called damp ink. And then I use this is my favorite brush. It's called an oil background crusher, which is like this texture and has two colors, a foreground and background color. I have now yellow and black, which is not very appealing, but if you have like orange and the yellow, it has it mixes the two colors together and it gives a nice texture. And then I have a new favorite brush, which I'm using here on this worm, and it's called Color Bars. And this is a collage brush, which mixes some colors, random colors together. And I have it in normal. Mix mode. It's like you see it has a lot of colors in it, and then I take like an eraser brush and I erase it, so it's just only a little bit texture on this worm. And then I do make it in multiply mode, and then it's like yes, blending in this worm.
Do you ever make your own brushes?
No, I don't.
Have you tried?
I wish I could.
I'm like, I don't even understand it, and so I appreciate someone like Kyle Webster who, like, you know, that's his whole thing is making brushes. But I've never understood how to do it, and then I know lots of folks that do make their own brushes, but I've never been able to figure out like the process involved. And so I'm always mesmerized by people who can sit there and, like, you know, push a bunch of little buttons and sliders and all of a sudden end up with a beautiful brush to be able to play with.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I admire it too. Yes.
There's another question here I wanna sort of get to, which is someone asks, what is the white glossy paint? That I'm just using acrylic. I'm assuming that's for me because they're talking about paint specifically. But okay, so do you have any tips for choosing colors?
I like very bright and like primary colors, and I have this tiny color color palette here in the top of my page. I can show this. This is just I love these like blue and red opposite primary colors.
Yeah.
And then I mix it with like sometimes like this gold pink tones here, but I choose the brightest I can find, and then just mix them together.
Push it brighter and brighter and brighter.
Brighter and brighter, and make it brighter and brighter till my screen screams at me. Yes, it's just the way I like it. Yes.
I mean, that's one thing that I've always had a challenge with, and I'm sort of interested in hearing a little bit more from you on the sense of right now when I look at your work, it is so bright and saturated on screen, but then when we go to print with books, you know, colors change. Let's put it that way. are you always like fighting against the color of print?
Yes, I have you have to do your books in CMYK, and this is a challenge, obviously. But I have some, you know, I have a way to make the colors brighter in CMYK, in just using a lot of layers, and then multiply the layers, and then you get brighter colors in the end. So this is a little trick I use for CMYK books, but sure, it's not, you cannot have the same brightness you have on the screen and in a book. It's not possible.
Saturation.
So yes, it's yeah.
It's something that I've been fighting against sort of my whole career is now I'm not working digitally, but sort of the colors I have in front of me don't always register in the printed format, just because it's not, you know, feasible for some of them to actually be reproduced. And so like I can go buy a fancy colored paint, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to come out in print unless they pay for that fifth color printing, which is rare to begin with. And then do you have a methodology? Like right now you have that purple that's showing up. That's just showing up because of layering. That's not, you did not take a purple?
This is showing up because I have an orange worm, and then I do this orange and pink texture. I apply this texture, and then it gets like bright pink and orange. And it's always cool to stack the colors on top of each other. I think I don't work analog, but this is what I would do in with analog brushes. I think like you have a color, and then you stack another color on top of it, and you get like the deeper color shines through, and then you have like a cool effect on the colors. And this is what I do digitally with layers. Yes, I think a lot of colors on top of each other, and then you get a new color that you couldn't have with just one layer.
Yeah, you wouldn't have picked it out naturally in a single layer. You get it because of that combination. I mean, that's the same, like it's similar to the way that I think of the textures that I make. Like as much as I want to say that, you know, I'm so in control of it, in reality, some of it's just, you cut a piece of paper and you find out that, oh, that texture sort of works here, and I'll leave it. But that doesn't mean that it was intended from the beginning. And some of it is sort of like the magic of not knowing exactly where it's going to go as you work. So tell me a little bit about, well, let me make sure. I feel like I was Photoshop. I just want to make sure I get to all the questions that are in here. So can you tell us, someone's asking about picture book projects. Can you tell us, are you working on stuff right now? Is something due out soon? Sort of like what's on the horizon?
There's a book coming out about dinosaurs very soon. This is the Austrian publisher, Leikam Verlag, and I did it with a lovely author called Marie Gamilczek, an Austrian author, and it's about dinosaurs in a museum. It comes out in March, I think, and this is going to be fun. And then I have coming up the second book of the author of Watch Out for the Lion. You had it before, and Brooke Hartman, and it's about a hamster. The second book is about a hamster, Help Me Find My Hamsters is the title, and it's coming out soon. And then I'm working on another dinosaur book at the moment. Very lovely dinosaur book from an Irish publisher and an Irish author called Olivia Hope. Very lovely and brilliant author. Yes, and another book is coming out in spring, I guess. It's called Jinx by Evelyn Bookless. And this is a fun book where I could just have one character and almost no backgrounds, which was very much fun for me because I'm not, as you can see, not very big in backgrounds, background scenes, but I can do them. But I also love the books which just focus on the character.
How do you have time for it all? I mean, that's a lot.
I don't have a relationship, Mark. I'm single, and if somebody is here in the audience who wants to date me, just please.
Turns into a dating show.
I'm working all the time, but maybe we can have some time together.
Yeah. Tell us your likes and dislikes. What are you looking for?
Just women, please. This is my only request. But everything else is okay, and maybe a bit local. Just maybe in the same country or in the neighbor country would be fine.
No long distance relationship. This is the first time that someone's brought that up. Okay. So if we have any listeners or any viewers who are
okay, well, was that very desperate? I don't hope.
I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say this is gonna be posted on YouTube, so like let's not open too many doors here of
okay.
contacting.
Okay.
Like,
can you cut it out in the end? Maybe.
Yeah, we can hone it down, and it will just be. We'll just have it say that I don't even know. I'd have to go back and hear what it said. Ooh, man, my feed just went blurry for a bit here. It'll correct itself, I think. My wife says, "Great idea to mention that you're single and ready to mingle," and she says one of the best parts. Do you find, I mean, okay, this is going to be sort of in that topic, so bear with it, but do you find that being an artist and you are, constantly making and working on projects and things of the sort, and you have a day job, that it's hard to actually socialize?
Yeah, I'm not, I don't need much socializing, so it's okay. But I think I socialize enough. No, I think it's okay. You can always meet your fellow illustrators and friends. Yeah, it's okay. Because the good thing is, being an illustrator, you can divide your own time. If you're a freelance illustrator, you can decide if you're going. I'm drawing like 2 hours, and then I go to dinner with a friend, and then after this maybe I make another hour or not, and I do it then the next day. And this is I'm enjoying that freedom of choosing when I want to work. And this is something I cannot do in an office. But
and you said the city you're in is relatively big as well, right?
Yes, Cologne has like 1 million people living here. So yes.
So there's it's not like you're in a little town where you can't go out and socialize.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, you have a small cohort of folks. Do you have other artists that you hang out with on a regular basis, like in person? I know you mentioned the group earlier that you sort of chat. Yeah. But is there a in-person community that you are involved with?
Yes, there's a great group in Cologne. It's called Illustration Ladies Cologne, and it's like a franchise. We have illustration ladies in several cities. It started in Vienna, and then other cities started to have these groups, and it's they are all called illustration ladies. It's only women and women illustrators, but also graphic designers, and we meet to chat and make exhibitions together in Cologne, and projects together. And this is very, very nice. I really, really like them. They are brilliant women in these groups, and it's great to just chat with them about work and everything else that comes with it.
And you said there's some of those in other cities, like you said, Vienna and.
We have the illustration ladies Cologne. They are all in Cologne, and like about 30 women are in the group maybe, and they are all in the same area in Cologne even. Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
cool.
the advantage of living in a big city is you have access to so many different things like that, whether it be that in particular or just in general, like artist communities. I know I've had folks on here that have, literally live in towns of a few hundred, and they don't have that that ability to get out. So we have a question from Julia Dotzer. Says, how far in advance are you booked? So I don't know if that's for me or for you, but I'm gonna throw it at you in the sense of, you have all these projects that come your way, and is there just a like schedule that you live by of I only do this many a year? Is it something that is just really depends on the project and you might tackle a ton in a singular time frame? What does the scheduling look like for you?
I'm usually booked maybe half a year or maybe 8 months in advance.
Yeah.
And this is the time frame for me. Sometimes it's a year, but usually it's like the half a year. Yes.
Have you had to turn down work because of schedule? In the sense of
yes, but
so far?
But maybe it's pushed back, and then I can do it. Sometimes it's pushed back, and I can do it later.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you find that that's like I've had that happen once, where they pushed it back. Most of the jobs I've been able to take, and it hasn't been an issue, but there was an instance where it did get pushed back, but it got pushed back so far that the author didn't want to wait that long. And then all of a sudden they're like, okay, we'll get someone else, which is frustrating in my mind. Have you had any instances where like the pushing stuff back has been a challenge for the publisher or whoever you're working with? Or is it generally a like they're fine with it across the board?
I think they're fine with it. I work all year, but I make one vacation in summer with my kid, and this is 3 weeks off, and I don't work there, and sometimes I have to push something because of that.
Yeah.
And they always accepted it, and my agents are very cool, and they help me if there's negotiation going on, and then they help me with the schedules and everything, handling everything around it. Yeah.
And you said you're Plum.
Never had problems.
You're with Plum, correct?
Yes.
How long have you been with Plum?
Since the beginning, when I started out, I had a very small portfolio then, and but Plum head of Plum, Mark Mills is his name. He just took me in, and yeah, I'm there since then.
And remind me again, when was that? What year was the start?
2017 I started.
Okay, gotcha. So you started pre-pandemic. That's the catch. That's the tough one of when I hear all these people that started during the pandemic and all the challenges that go along with it, of like everything starts and then it stops instantaneously. And then for the books that you're working on, have you, and I, to be honest, I don't know, it's not my purview, but have you written any of the books, or is it all working on stuff for other authors?
I have never written a book, but I made these board books, which are basically like word books.
Yeah.
For very small children, and I'm the author, but these are just single words. So
You're still the author.
I always made fun of it and said, if there's a reading in a bookshop, I would read these, and then would be very fast. In 10 minutes, the book is finished.
Don't discredit that, though. I think that I have the, like, I understand the idea of, like, it's so short that you feel like you shouldn't take credit, but it really is, and it is hard to write a short, 10 word book situation. It's hard to get something summed up, and like what word you use makes such a difference. So
these are not sentences, these are just single words like duck and elephant. So this is just very short.
I don't know. To me, that is extremely hard to choose. Like, I'm such a wordy person that to do something like a board book is so scary, because you would have to really choose a single word or a couple of words, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I can't shut up. And trying to get me to limit is near impossible. Do you, when you write those, so you get your name on it as author, but you feel like it's a lie, that you're tricking the system?
I have a bit of an imposter syndrome sometimes. No, but it's cool to have my name on it. But I really want to write a picture book one time, but I don't like to write stories. I think it's just maybe short poems. I like to do short poems in my Instagram captures, and maybe this would be a cool book to write, like short, funny poems, and then the pictures matching them. Yeah, that's
okay. Ready? I'm gonna
dream of mine. Yes.
Let's put it out there to the audience that's watching. Everybody in the comments needs to show their love and support. Who wants a book written by Anna?
Yeah.
I'm waiting. It's gonna show up. I guarantee it. That people are gonna say yes. Please write a book. And if it doesn't, then I am.
Okay. I see 2 hearts.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank
okay.
you.
We're getting hearts.
Thank you.
All these people want to hear from you. They absolutely. See, here it comes now. It's rolling in.
Yes.
I think part of it is like looking at the characters that you're making, and the spider with the way that you've lined up the eyes, that they're vertical versus sort of like spread out with, like, you could write something really wild and out there, and it would totally make sense with your aesthetic and your approach and whatnot. And so you have no excuse going forward.
Yeah, I need a little bit of time, but I think I'm going to do it.
Good.
Yes.
Good. I'm gonna say it right here, right now. 2028. I'm trying to put the pressure on you of giving a deadline of some sort, because you said
I want to make it before I'm 50, and I'm turning 50 2029, which is a scary number, but maybe before that.
My wife just said no pressure.
Thank you.
I'm I'm the opposite. I have pressure. I just know that you said you're good with meeting deadlines, so I'm just the idea of giving you a date of some sort.
Yes, but not with personal project. This is the thing. Personal
Yep.
project is tricky. If I don't have a deadline from anybody else, it's just I don't do it. I
Float.
need this date from somebody with authority.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm not authority. I get it. I'm just looking at the spider now, and I'm just like madly in love with the choices that you're making shape wise, and the roundness, and like the orange, the introduction of the orange on the edge, like so fun. And it makes me rethink what I'm doing here, and like, should I do something that's a little bit more wild color wise? I have switched. I think I need to do the hedgehog because I just couldn't figure out. I need time to figure out the cuttlefish thing because there's no limbs, and I just don't know how to like. I need arms or legs, but
Yes,
then I look, you have a fish up there that has legs, so who am I?
You just give him legs because just give him legs and arms because why not?
Just yeah, just add them in.
Yes.
Maybe. Okay, well, you know
But
what?
I don't want to push you because and also this would be a third thing for me to look at your art, and I cannot handle it because the two things are too much right now. So I'm so sorry, but I cannot.
Nope. Don't look.
Look at your art.
It'll be a surprise in the end. Oftentimes I don't get to really have a chance to look up, or I don't, not necessarily I don't have a chance. I don't look up enough when we're doing these sessions, and I miss out on a lot of people's artwork because I'm sort of paying attention so much to my own. Let me see. Okay. Maybe I'll change this up. I can probably peel some of this. How do you learn? Okay, so someone says, how do you learn writing Kidlit as an illustrator? Which is a very good question, and I don't even have a perfect answer for it. I think some of it is just practice, and like you said, the online learning. There's so many platforms out there that can teach you, but the number one is probably just getting out and looking at books and seeing what's out there. How often are you looking at books?
You mean picture books?
Yeah.
Not often enough. I think I look at them at fairs, like in Frankfurt at the book fair, and in Bologna when I'm there at the book fair. But no, it could be more often, I think.
How many times have you been to the Bologna Book Fair? I've never been, and I really want to go.
I think I have to think. I think 3 times. I don't want to lie right now. I think 3 times. Yes.
It's
3 times.
It's one of those ones where like it is a hefty haul to go from the States over to.
Yeah. Yes, I imagine.
But at some point, it's going to happen. I need a publisher to fly me there. That's what I really need. But I doubt that any of them will. And I need them to fly me first class. And I need all the luxuries that go along with it. So tell me a little bit now that we're sort of you see. Okay, wait, I have a question for you. Now you are drawing while you're talking, right? Does it?
Yeah, right.
It's gotten more comfortable, right?
Yes, I got more into it. You were right.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's like, it takes, sometimes it's like 20 minutes, sometimes it's an hour, but then people eventually like, they start to understand the structure or in their brain of like, I can talk and work at the same time. Okay, so tell me a little bit about hopes and dreams for your, I mean, you said by 50 writing something. Are subject matters that you're dying to work on? Like now that you've done 2 dinosaur books, you can check those off. right?
Right.
But is there a subject matter that you really would love to do?
Mm, I always wanted to do an abstract children's book. But not sure anymore if I can do this, but this was a dream of mine. But subject wise, I'm not sure. No, I think it depends. I'm a bit empty maybe right now because I worked a lot the last months, so I have to recharge a bit maybe.
Are there
And
subjects that you don't want to do?
I don't like to do humans. I can do humans or children, what like this, but it's not my favorite thing, and I'm not good at it.
Yeah.
I have to admit. Yes.
What do you know? Is there like? Let me ask. Is there a reason why? Because I am not. Animals are so much easier for me. There is a reason that I think I have figured out why that happens. But I'm wondering, do you have something in your mind that you're like, oh, this is exactly why animals are easier for you?
I think they are funnier, and I have much more fun making animals. And I find humans a bit boring sometimes. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't know, but I personally think that picture books is just humans in it. Sometimes a bit boring.
Yeah.
To me, yeah.
So, someone asked the question: how did Plum find you?
On Instagram. Everything in my job life happened because of Instagram. I think almost everybody found me there.
Was there like? Did you ever find out what it was? Like, was it certain posts, or was it they just followed you for a long time and then it sort of clicked?
No, it was just in the beginning, and I hadn't posted much. But I made this challenge, which was 365 days of illustration Doodle challenge. Yeah. I think it was called. And we posted every day one illustration, and it was a prompt given for every day. And this was very good for me to just produce art and posting it. And I met a lot of lovely people over that challenge. Still of my friends today are from that challenge. And I think Mark, the head of the agency, just saw what I did there, and I don't know what exactly he saw in there, but yes, this is maybe a tip for somebody starting out, not to be shy and show a lot of things that you're making. I know that Instagram is another place today than it was a few years ago.
Yeah.
But still, I think you have to show what you're making. Otherwise, no one is. This is really helped me to make these challenges and just come up with random creatures. But this is how I started out, and yeah.
Okay, give us 1 second. Everybody that's watching right now cannot see us for a second because our Wi-Fi has dropped. You and I can continue because it's using my phone, and I think it's out there for everybody to see. So it's still going, but it may be a little slow or a little chunky until the Wi-Fi kicks back in.
Okay.
So we're using my cell coverage essentially to broadcast right now. And so hopefully everybody can still hear us, but I just can't see the feed. Yeah, so it's LTE or whatever stuff is going on right now. So we can continue, but just know that it may be a second here before stuff comes up. So that idea of Instagram is different. I wanna sort of broach that topic a little bit in the sense that I know that it has changed, but I'm wondering, what was it that you liked before, and where do you think it's changed at this point? Are there ways to get it back to the power that it once was?
No, I don't think it's going backwards.
Okay.
I think
Well,
this is not possible, but it just was much maybe smaller when I started out, and maybe cozier in a way, and it has had other algorithms, so you just saw your feed in the way people posted it, and not so much advertising. I think
it wasn't so reels heavy.
No reels. There were no reels. They didn't exist. And even if when I started out, there weren't even stories, I think.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
But yes, it was like a little community of illustrators. At least I was thinking of it like this. It was a bubble. Obviously, I still am in an Instagram bubble because I'm looking at illustrations only and art only. I don't let other things in my feed. Yes, but
so you're not looking at silly memes of cats and stuff?
I try not to. Cats are not my thing, but dogs sometimes, sure. I have two small dachshund dogs, and mixed with other dogs.
Yeah.
And I love dogs, but no, I try to. I have a crush on Jodie Comer, which is an actress, and she's playing in Killing Eve. I don't know if you know the TV show. And I have a lot of Jodie Comer content in my feed, but this is it. It's just art and Jodie Comer.
Okay, so you do have a vice that shows up in that periodically. The doggies that you have, do they you said they're dachshund mixes, right?
They are mixed dogs, yes, mixed with other races.
Do they call them wiener dogs over there, or is that just a U.S. thing?
No, they call him Dackel. It's called Dackel in Germany.
Okay. It's one of those things where I'm so used to them being called wiener dogs that it's funny to think of them as like not that name in my head. Trying to figure out. I'm not 100% sure where I'm going with this now that I've ripped apart some of these textures. Man, my feed is still clunky. I'm wondering. Let me check with my wife real quick. Hold on a second. Lauren, I think we should restart. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a part 1 and a part 2. And so the internet, it's still not picking up my feed well, even after the internet started up. So things are blurry on both our ends. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop and post part 1. It will take about a minute or so, maybe 2 minutes. And then I'm going to hop back on, and I will invite you as well as everybody else to join, but I will invite you into the feed. And so we'll have a two-parter, which happens periodically. It just really depends on the internet. And then we will, later on when it goes to YouTube, I will connect the two I'll edit it to be connected. But do you mind if I jump off for about 2 minutes and then come back and invite you back in?
Okay, sure.
Okay,
Yes.
give me 1 second and I will do that. Okay, so I'll be back. Everybody watching, come back. Hello, everybody. This is part 2 with Anna Süßbauer. I'm going to let in just a second. So I'm going to put in the comments again, ask us anything. So for those that are returning, it's still sort of, feel free to ask questions in the comments. But the feed was just really blurry and was problematic. So I'm going to and in just 1 second, let me just pin that comment. And then I will send a invite to our lovely guest. And let's see if it picks it up. There we go. Let's okay, and I'm gonna watch my I didn't mean to close my feed there. There we go. Okay, we are back. And we are not blurry. You see me?
Yes. I see your art now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just got the back of the cuttlefish so far. I don't have anything else yet. But we're getting there. I'm just watching the feed. Yeah, we're not blurry now, so that's good. I don't know what was causing that. It was like a connection issue or something of the sort. So tell me a little bit about life outside of art. What are the things that you're sort of interested in? Are there things that you sort of excuse me, I just breathed in the wrong tube. Are there things that influence your art that are not traditionally art to begin with? Like I like science and that kind of stuff, and so like there are certain moments of that kind of stuff that shows up in a work, and obviously animals and critters animals and critters are important, but are there other things that sort of pop up in your work on the regular?
Yes, I like I have to search for the words. I like the inside of people, but not like the organs, but
Like
the emotions, emotional inside.
Okay. Like how people think, the psychology.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I'm a bit spiritual too, and I like work on the things that are inside of you and think about it. And I think this is also maybe coming up in my work sometimes, like thoughts and things I'm working on for myself. This is something that interests me. Why are people like they are? Communicating, things like that. Yes.
Is there, and I know that you have a day job, but is there another career that you ever considered outside of your day job or art making in general?
There was a time when I thought about getting into fine art more.
Okay.
Not books, but painting on canvas. But this has gotten back in the background a bit the last few months or maybe a year, because it's just too much other stuff to work on. And I also bought an old house some time ago, and it's refurbished at the time, and it's a very, very old It was a stable for horses at one time, so old, and it's also I'm working in there, and it's inspiring me. This is
Oh,
not a hobby, but it's something I want to live there at one point, and it's coming up a lot in my life. This house
how old of a
and working
house?
in the house.
How old of a house is it?
It's from 1900,
Okay.
and yeah.
I just feel like I don't know when you say old. Old here is going to be, you know, like, yeah, 1800, something like that. Old in Germany could be, uh, you know,
Yes,
hundreds
from
and
the
hundreds of years
Romans.
old, and I just don't know.
Yes, I was hoping to find some Roman things in there, but they didn't show up, unfortunately. Nothing like a Roman flat or something.
Yeah. No
Or
coins.
cemetery, Roman cemetery
Yeah.
maybe, but no, there wasn't one.
You were hoping that you'd find all that stuff, and it's you wanted to find dead bodies and things of that sort.
No, the expensive coins
Yeah,
with
gold
yes, gold and Roman coins. I don't know what currency they had, but yes.
yeah, rubies and gemstones and all that fun stuff. Is there space wise? Is there a space that's in the house that is like distinctly studio space, or is it sort of you work? Like obviously you have a computer that you're working at, but I'm wondering, is there a space that is like a room itself that is studio space per se?
Yes, I'm planning on having like a big room, just one room, and this is going to be a big space where I live and work, like a loft maybe, and this is going to be a place where I also want to get into more like analog art. I'm planning on doing this because I have more space there.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's see how things turn out. I'm just happy if it's ready to move there, because it's very much work and very expensive, and I'm really happy if this gets to be my home one day.
And it's in. Is it in Cologne or is it outside of?
That's a little bit of a wonder, because you don't get to buy houses in Cologne where I live. There are simply no houses to buy, and this is in the same street where I live now. So this is a miracle of some kind. Yes.
It's to me the idea of real estate in Europe. Yeah, that the idea that you could go get these kind of spaces is so strange to me, that you can go get these old houses that have been around and have such history altogether.
Yes.
Is sort of fascinating.
But you don't get them normally.
Yeah. Someone has them.
Yes.
They get passed down through generations.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You got to know someone in order for it to happen. And then with that sort of analog stuff, what kind of, when you say analog, what do you mean by analog in the sense of like, are we talking painting? Are we talking printmaking? Are we talking, what does that entail in particular?
I'm dreaming of trying new things, and mostly I'm thinking of painting with acrylics or gouache, maybe bigger canvases, and something like that. But printmaking is also very cool. I like Riso printing. I don't have a Riso printer, obviously, and I don't want to buy one, but but yeah, maybe doing some screen printing. These are some dreams of mine when I moved into the new house.
Be able to try all those odds and ends.
Yes. I'm not sure if I really will do this, because you know, sometimes you say, okay, if this and this happens, then I'm going to do this. And this I learned in life that if you don't do it now, you're not going to do it. But it's like I have this romantic image in my head that I will be in this beautiful house and making art. So maybe it will happen.
It will. As you're gonna find that over time it'll become much more of a priority. And I don't know. I've gotten to the point, and I'm maybe it makes me sound like I'm really old, but I've gotten to the point where I'm starting to like think longevity of sort of like, okay, how would I want to retire, and what would retirement mean to me? And obviously, like, retirement doesn't mean stopping making work, but it means that I don't need to have a day job, or I don't need to have the security is there. Like, what do I need in order to survive for a long time? And it's a ways off. I have a 11 going on 12-year-old as well, and so I have to think about sort of that end of it. But I don't know. I've gotten to that point where like I feel like I can sort of see the end, not the end of my life. I don't want to see that, but I can sort of see the end of like the need to work and whatnot, just because I'm getting closer and closer to that age. 50's coming up soon, and then soon after 50 there's 60, and then there's 70, and then who knows. I'm still trying to figure out what I am doing with this thing, because I just don't know yet.
It has great texture on it, I think.
Yeah, it's becoming a texture study so far, and not an illustration yet in my mind, but I will get there. How often do you get to play, just artistically? And do you set time aside for it? Is the other question.
I used to do it every day, but not anymore. I'm just like 2 times a week. I'm just doing my own creatures and posting them on Instagram. I learned that Instagram is a bit strict with posting regularly. Sorry, this is a hard word. Regularly.
Okay.
And
what do you mean it's strict?
You can post every day, or once a week, or once a month. It doesn't matter. It has to be in a regular matter of time. So I'm doing it maybe twice a week now, and this is just for my own fun. The creatures I'm posting there, the dinosaurs and the mushrooms and the fish. These are just fun for me, and getting out of my head, and then I start working after this.
Are you on any of the other socials that are out there? Like, are you on Blue Sky? And I don't even remember. I know that we look up all this stuff before we post, but I don't. Asking me to remember that is not a good choice, because I will not remember stuff on a regular basis. So are you on some of the other socials as far as like Blue Sky and stuff?
No, I tried Kara. I don't know if you heard of it.
I did.
This new platform without AI.
Did you like it? Do you like it?
I liked it in the beginning, but sadly it turned into I don't know.
Right?
That
like, I feel like there's no one on there. I put a post up,
Yeah.
I'll get like maybe 2 interactions and that's it.
Yes.
And that's I don't know what happened or why it dropped off so quickly, but it surely did.
I did.
Uh,
Yes.
and I you know I like the concept of a no AI thing, but
Mhm.
it still, that was a strange sort of the speed at which it disappeared or has slowed down was pretty dramatic in my mind.
Mhm.
Um,
Me too.
is there so here's a loaded question. One of the things that I teach in particular is a professional practice class. I'll be teaching it. In fact, I started up in 2 weeks from today. It starts up again.
Mhm.
And one of the questions that we have is about, or one of the assignments I give them is about sort of social media and website and things of that sort. And I'm wondering, do you feel like a website is still necessary in this day and age? Or do you feel like the work that you're getting, is it primarily just through the agent? Are you promoting in other ways, or is you know, do you feel like a website, because websites are one of those things where like not everybody has them, and I get it, not everybody wants to have one, but do you think it's necessary in order to be an artist today to have one?
I think yes. I think it's necessary to have one, but only like, you know, a business card maybe kind of way.
Yeah.
So you have, I think you have to be present with your own website, and you have your own stuff advertised there, and your books and publishings maybe if you have them, and how anybody can reach you, and maybe a bio stuff, and that's it.
Yeah, it doesn't need to have lots of bells and whistles and fun
No,
stuff on it.
I have it. I often forget to update it, but there's nothing happening there. But sometimes maybe people go there and look me up. I don't know. But
Well,
yeah,
do you ever get clientele that are coming from that?
I don't think so. I think they are all coming from Instagram.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mhm.
I feel like there may be people that look at Instagram for me, but I feel like I still get people that um, that go through, like they may find me on Instagram, but then they contact me through my website.
Oh, okay.
And I don't
Mhm.
know. I mean, I can't guarantee it. I haven't asked everybody, but I do feel like that's a sort of thing that has happened a lot as of recently. Like people will say, like, I love your stuff on Instagram, but then it's coming through my website. And so I don't know if that's like they just don't feel comfortable contacting me through Instagram or what. But it's a question that I know gets sort of debated in the class that I teach, of sort of the value of various marketing strategies,
Mhm.
sort of how people interact and sort of network with each other accordingly. Um, is there artists that you're looking at now that are sort of current Kidlit folks that you think everybody should be seeing and interacting with?
Mm, mm, I can recommend all my friends, obviously, from my
Okay.
groups.
Yeah,
My
give them a
illustrator
plug.
friends. Everybody should look them up, from the Untersee Café, our studio group. But I don't have something special in mind. I'm looking at a lot of stuff on Instagram, and it's sometimes I think, okay, is there somebody new maybe, but I think I'm looking at the same people that I looked like 3-4 years ago.
And they
That's
just,
okay. They're
yeah.
still there. They're still brilliant. But there's nobody new that I could recommend.
And then, are you getting out, like, what's your book collection look like right now? I assume you have a decent kidlit collection.
I haven't really. I don't have like a lot of books here. I'm just looking it up online. I have a huge Pinterest collection where I collect my favorite illustrators, but I don't have the books in my hands really here.
And then do you do school visits, or do you do any sort of like readings and stuff at like bookstores?
No, because this is the authors are doing the readings mostly.
Okay.
So I know that there in American for American publishers there are these book tours. I know of them, and the book tours for Watch Out for the Lion were in the US, and the authors from Alaska. And obviously I couldn't go there to see her read, but I saw some videos. But for German publishers, it's not that common to do these large book tours and tour the schools and bookstores. I didn't do that for the German books.
It's one of those things, like, yeah, there are quite a few, like, not every publisher does tours and things of the sort for folks, but the readings, like, I've done readings for books that I did not write plenty of times, but it is a challenge because I feel like it's not necessarily my content, even though I did the artwork, and I know that like 50% of the book is visually told. It still feels a little sort of false mind to go out there and read someone else's words, like as if I had somehow had some say in what words were chosen. But it is it's an interesting sort of dynamic. I just didn't know, even if what is my wife writing here? Okay, I'll get to that later. It's one of those things wherein knowing what it's like to be a kidlit author illustrator out there doing that is very, very strange, and getting in front of kids on the regular. Now you said your kid is 12, so they've already moved past that age of like picture books being the thing. Did you have a big collection when they were really young, or like was it all sort of library and done?
No, we yeah, sure. We have we had a large collection of picture books when my daughter was young, and we read them all the time together. And I still have them because I can't give them away.
Yeah.
With so many memories, but I don't look at them quite often. Maybe I should maybe get them. Sometimes I'm using old books when I'm searching for ideas, like very old from my childhood. I getting them out of the shelf and looking at them.
Yeah.
And recently, my friend Rike, who's also here, I think, she sent over a very old book from the 70s about dinosaurs, which was very inspiring, and how the illustrator back then approached the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Drawing the dinosaurs, very funny also, and cute. Yeah. So
is there with the dinosaur book, do you like dinosaurs? And I don't mean that like, I know everybody probably likes dinosaurs. It's not like it's like, oh, I hate dinosaurs. But the reason I ask in particular is, like, are you someone that knows all the different dinosaur names?
No.
And is
No.
okay. Yeah.
I don't know any dinosaur. I just know the T-Rex. The dinosaurs are, in my mind, they are made up. They are not made up. They're real, of course, but they are like, in my mind, they are fantasy creatures.
Yeah.
Who don't need special names. They are just, you can do anything with them, and playing around with the shapes and everything, and it's always a dinosaur. That's the beauty of it. I don't go with their name. They always change anyways. I mean, when I was a child, dinosaur looked different than today, and in 10 years from now, maybe they will look different again because they find so many new facts about them.
Yeah, they didn't have all the feathers.
Yes.
And all the cool gadgets they have now.
They have cool gadgets and also nerdy gadgets, and I love them all. And why bother learning the names? Because they always new ones to learn. So
I did a dinosaur book, and I know that like one of the thoughts that I had originally was just like, some kid's gonna ask me some detail about these dinosaurs, and I'm not going to be able to answer because I just don't know enough about them in general to be able to say like, oh, this is a whateverosaurus. It's you know, it was in the Cretaceous period. Like, that's not my cup of tea of any sort. And I know that dinosaurs in particular, there's a certain crowd of kids where like, if you don't know that stuff, you're just not, like, you just shouldn't be dealing with that subject matter altogether.
They are strict about it. Okay.
It's like trains. There's certain kids who like know everything about different types of trains, and if you get the facts wrong, they judge you.
Okay.
Let's see. Make sure I missed dinosaur gadgets. My wife flagged that in particular. Okay, I'm getting there somewhere with this what's it called? A cuttlefish. I don't know why it's taking me so long to get this, but I'm starting to get there eventually.
Okay, it's looking good.
It's turning
into
a tap dancing cuttlefish. I don't know why.
Right.
But it's and then he's got clog like shoes on. We'll get it eventually. So with your making with Photoshop, do you set boundaries for yourself when working, in the sense of, one of the things that I've been stressing to some of the folks that I'm mentoring right now is the idea of, they get into a rut, or they you know, like the equivalent of layers. I mentioned layers, and some of them, you know, they can get caught sort of playing and having too many options when they're working. And so one of the suggestions that I have for a lot of those folks is to like set some sort of limit or set some goals of, I can do this, but I can't do that sort of situation when you're working. Like the best way I could describe it is like, you know, picking color palette ahead of making the work, not knowing what colors you're going to use, and it becomes a challenge. Do you find in your own work that you like to set limits or goals before you actually start making?
I have a restricted color palette. This is important to me, that I don't mix too much colors in it. I just have these
the ones at the
4, 5, 6 colors, and that's it. But otherwise, no. I love trying new brushes, and mixing brushes, and trying out new stuff.
How many layers do you normally use?
I'm now with this picture I'm drawing right now, I'm with layer 103. So this wing over here was 103. So if I'm making a spread for a picture book, I'm probably going with 300 layers.
Okay,
maybe more.
How advanced is your computer? I don't think my computer could handle that.
And sometimes it sometimes makes noises like a jet, plane jet. I don't. It's not good. I don't think it's good, but I need the layers. The layers are important for my work.
Yeah, I mean, aesthetically, it's how you get some of the colors and things of the sort. What about so layers are important, I get that, but how do you use your layers? Do you label?
Yes, I'm very much structured.
Yeah, you said you like
person.
Excel.
I label them. Mm-hmm.
You like certain things like that require what do I want to say, like the structure comes through.
Yes.
In those moments.
I label them and I group them, and I make the groups have different colors, and then I can move around everything. Not right now, because now it's just fun drawing. But when I work on a book, I'm very strictly about it.
Yeah. You don't let yourself get too crazy in the process.
No.
And you're a designer's dream that the layers are all nice and structured. I actually, whenever I do, like most of the stuff I do digitally, I do is touch up after the fact. But when I do send off the final files, almost always I go back and label all the layers, because I just feel bad for a designer who has to sit there and figure out what layer and what how I've decided to label everything, because it just seems rude in my mind to do that to them. Mm-hmm. And then with I know you said you're like really good on deadlines and you never missed a deadline, but what do you think you would do if you missed a deadline? Would it be like detrimental, or would it be or do you not even want to broach the topic? Like, I don't want to talk about it.
I think it would be a sad day for me, because it's a streak, and I don't want to break the streak of not missing a deadline. I think nothing would happen, but
you would know it in your brain.
I cannot let go easily. So
do you have you ever gotten close?
Sure, I finished something the night before.
Okay.
That's for sure.
That's darn close. Yeah. And
very close.
Have you ever had to ask for extra time?
No, never.
Which is, it might be different than missing a deadline.
But sometimes I work for US publishers, and that's very great, because they are 6 hours before our time. So I have 6 hours extra to work on stuff. Get
it in. That's funny that you they don't wake up for another 3 hours. Yeah. So I can just keep going. That's funny. I didn't even think about that. Ours is the other way. Everybody's up earlier. We don't.
Poor you. Sorry.
Anything in Europe is the other direction.
If you're working, have you ever worked for a European publisher?
I've worked for a publisher in UK, and then, or I'm trying to think if there's multiple. At least one, and then there's a possibility of working for another one here coming up that we're just waiting to hear back. And it's a 5-hour difference or something of the sort in the UK, and so or England of sorts. I don't think I've ever worked for anybody outside of that. However, one of the folks that I worked with for that same publisher, the writer was in Spain. Mm-hmm. And she was sort of, this is the Little People Big Dreams series. Mm-hmm. And she is a major player. Like, even though she's the writer, she sort of helps oversee the whole project. And so there was interactions with her, but it was, I think, all through email. I don't think I ever really talked to them outside of that. So, but how many have you done in Europe versus in the States? picture book wise?
In the States and UK, it's more in English than in German.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like, have you done more books in the US than in Europe, or have a majority of them been from Europe?
It's from the UK, I think.
Okay.
It's the most, and yes, and then I think Germany and German-speaking countries like Austria and then US, I think is the ranking.
Let's see. I see a question here I want to get to. I have a question for you both. This is coming from Tanya Burgod, something like that. Do you have a side job for security, or can you provide for your living with illustration only? So we know that you have a side job that provides safety and whatnot. I do as well. So I'm a full-time professor. But the idea of job or living, providing living. Have you ever considered going full-time illustration?
I have, but it's not possible. It's just too. The money is not enough.
Yeah. I'm sort of in that same boat where it's you know, I've done a lot of books, but books don't always equate to a huge windfall of money, and so you're dependent on a variety of factors when it comes to maintaining. You know, I mean, I don't know about you, but the consistency is not always there of schedule, and it's a risky thing. And with, I assume, same thing for you with having a little one at home, trying to go and say, I'm going to go freelance and sacrifice a lot of things. It's a little scary altogether. And so I tend to edge on the idea of I would like to have some sense of security beyond pure illustration. But I know there's plenty of people that do it. I just don't quite understand how they do it or financially how it all works out.
Yes.
Because Kidlit is not always, like I said, a big payday. You tend to do it for the love of it more so than anything else. Do you think that you'll be, this is going to be a weird question for you. Do you think that you'll be making art until your last breath?
I think I'm going to make art until I die. Yes.
Yeah. I didn't want to use the D word. I thought it was too much. And the reason I ask in particular is just that idea of like, I don't know how much. I think I will probably make art at that point, but I think it will be very, very different than what I do now. And I think I'm of the mindset currently that I need, how do I put this? That I'm doing a lot of the aesthetic and play and whatnot that I'm doing now because I see that it has commercial viability. But I don't know when I'm older, like, do I really want to sit there and draw little characters all the time? Or am I going to be all of a sudden going like, I want to go out and paint landscapes? But I have a feeling I'll have some artistic outpouring.
Yes.
And then I'm just, can you zoom out a little bit so we can see the entirety of, because this is all the same stage, correct? You're working on?
It's just one stage.
I want to see the like everything in one shot, like how much you've made, and I've barely scratched the surface over here. Oh, they're so good.
For my kind of working, it's very slow. I'm working very slow at the moment. I can't believe it's 10:30 here already. and I have just these little guys here because normally I'm working really, really fast.
Well, you said at one point that you generally do about like 1 hour per or something to
per
the book.
creature, 1 hour per creature,
Yeah.
maybe less.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's good for my work that I don't talk when I'm working normally. I
Just
would be so
really,
slow.
yeah, really slowed you down tonight. Do you with when you're working, do you listen to music? Do you listen to, like, watch things, or is it like dead silent?
I'm watching. Sometimes I'm listening to podcasts, and I'm watching. Sometimes if it's very, like doing something where you don't have to think anymore. I'm watching a Netflix show next to my
Yeah.
screen. And I think I'm learning English from it, so it's useful, still
We,
useful.
okay, here's a question for you, because I know at the beginning of this, or when we invited you on the first time,
Hmm.
or I don't know if it was multiple times, but we invited you on, and I know there was concern about just sort of like the language barrier. But
Hmm.
obviously, I think that you've been doing fabulous, and I haven't had. I mean, the anti-authoritarian. I get it. It's not an easy word to get across. But the idea of, like, did you study English when you were younger, or is this all stuff you picked up from watching television?
And no, we in Germany we have English at school
Okay.
for some years, but then you forget it because you don't speak after school. And then I picked it up again when I had my English British agency, and
Okay.
I have to write a lot in English with them, obviously, but not talk. So I'm listening to English content all the time. If I watch a video, like your Instagram live maybe, or just a Netflix show or something, it's always in English, so you hear it constantly, but speaking is another thing. You think, oh, I'm perfect in understanding everything, but speaking is much harder if you're searching for the words. So
Yeah. Are you?
I know that I repeat a lot. I'm recognizing myself repeating a lot of words all the time. So I don't know if this is getting annoying for listeners, but this was my concern.
No,
But
I think you're doing great. Everybody. Okay. I'm just looking to see if anybody's saying no. No one's saying that you're doing a horrible job of any
oh,
sort.
they
Uh,
wouldn't say that. They wouldn't say that
I don't
because
know.
this would be rude, I think.
I think
Don't say it
the
on live streams. But
the crowd that watches this have been known to be the most rude, awful.
no,
Make them
they're
sound like
always
they're
nice.
yeah,
Yes.
that
It,
they're awful people.
we are very, very much strict with ourselves. This is this is a thing I do to myself, like every other artist. I'm strict with myself, and with others, I'm very friendly and love their art. And if I look at my art, I'm thinking, okay, this could be better. This could be better. I think it's a common things for artists to be like this.
Yeah. The I'm trying to, like, keep track of all the stuff that people are posting in the background here. Do you find that the language barrier when working with folks, like, this is gonna be a weird question. I know this is sort of silly of me to ask, but obviously your work is done from like, if I look at something like "Watch Out for Lion," that was a text that is in English originally, correct?
Hmm?
Then has it been translated of any sort, or when they send it to you, do they send it translated?
No,
Yeah.
I can read it. I don't have to translate it. It's fine. If I don't know a word or two, I just look them up.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
say, yeah.
And the reason I ask in particular is just the idea of like I've had a few books translated, but I just don't know how accurately they were translated, or does that make a difference in how it's sort of delivered? There's all sorts of like questions in my mind of the way that sort of international language and picture books work, in a sense, like the equivalent of like some of the books that have been translated. I don't know how accurate that translation is. It could be completely off, and I don't have a clue. And so I hope that it matches, and I hope that the words come across, but I can't guarantee any of that of any. So, and then with obviously the books that you grew up on, I'm assuming were in German or in
Yes.
of some sort.
Yeah.
But when you were getting books for a daughter, son, I can't remember.
My daughter.
Was all of that of German as well, or was that something because like and the reason why I'm asking this question, just so you understand, access to things from other countries, like books from other countries, I feel like was not as common, at least in the US. Like I don't remember when I was a kid having lots of books from Eastern European and nations and things of the sort, but I feel like you can get that now just because of things like Amazon or whatever. And I'm wondering, did you, in your reading to your daughter, how broad of a spectrum of literature was it, of sorts?
I think it was from very much different countries, many different countries, but they were all translated. They were in German.
Oh, okay.
But I remember from books from France, from Italy, from Spain, Swedish books were really many books from Sweden because of the, Astrid Lindgren, the author, the Swedish author, big Swedish author. Books are very famous in Germany. And Dutch books, I think, because I have Dutch family. Yeah. And also American and English, British books as well, but they were all translated into German.
German, yeah, makes sense. Let's see. I'm trying to find the right combination of things here too. I'm trying to figure out a story for what I'm doing here, and I don't know as I know the story of what this cuttlefish is doing yet.
Do you, if you're making art, do you always have a story for your characters? If you're doing art, not for a book, obviously, but for Instagram or for yourself, do you always have a story for them?
I like to. It doesn't. It doesn't mean that it always is there, but I like to have some sense of like reason for them, some action or something. Like I was thinking, have you ever heard the term cuddle party?
No, it sounds
okay.
It sounds interesting.
Yeah. You asked earlier for dates. Cuddle party is it's in that same vein of sorts, and I was thinking like, could I do something where this cuttlefish is on its way to a cuddle party, and there's like there's cuddle party at such and such time, and there's all these other cuttlefish here that are running to get there in time, but I don't know if that's solely what I want to do yet or not. I'm trying to figure it out. I know it's got a weird connotation to it. It's a little risque, maybe. I don't know. let's see if I can. I don't even know where my blade is now. Oh, there it is. I am gonna trim off some though, because I feel like it's too wide now for what I want compositionally. I want to take a little off the side. And then when you make all these sketches and things of the sort, what do you do with them? Like, is it purely just for fun, or do you have, like, there's some people that go to art sales and things of the sort and they sell, but because your stuff is digital, you know, you'd have to print and do something with it that would be I don't know, beyond the screen, let's put it that way. Do you just have a storage file of all this stuff where it's just like tons and tons and tons of characters and things you've drawn?
Yes, I have them all in stored on my computer, and sometimes I make prints out of them and sell them on exhibitions. We do with our illustration lady group, and my father makes beautiful prints. He has a big printer at home and makes it as a hobby, as a printer, and he does it on very nice, Hanemühle paper, and then I sell them for people who come to the exhibitions. Also, I sell prints online, but I don't do these myself.
Yeah. I saw something somewhere, an article with you that mentioned something about your father's typewriter. Is your father like a type person, like someone who likes to do prints and typography? Or is that...
he likes prints, and he used to make books by himself. We couldn't use the bathtub sometimes because he was making paper in it. And he made books by himself.
Books on what though? Like, was there a subject matter?
Sometimes he was just collecting things he found or written on his typewriter, like short sentences or little poems, and then bind it together as a book. And sometimes he just took his usual books and made new, covers for it, or the book jacket he did by himself.
And just for fun, or
fun
that he sold?
No, it was just for fun. He was very artsy guy, and my parents both love to make art and make music and art. They're just interested in it.
Interesting. The that idea of like redoing book covers for your own sake is such a fascinating idea. Like the amount of work that would go into that.
Yes.
And not to say that it's not for reward, but it that's a lot of effort for it to just sort of sit in your house or stay in your house. But it's, I mean, at the same time, that's where a lot of my artwork sits right now too. So I can't really say.
It's the same.
Yeah.
I just remember that he used to buy black and white, very old picture books on flea markets, and then would color them by himself with pencils. This, I forgot about it. I just remembered it while we are talking.
Yeah.
He made for us children like very strange old picture books, and then colored it for us and made the jacket out of self-made paper. Yeah, very cool ideas.
Now, was your mother artistic in that sense?
She writes and plays theater, and she worked in a kindergarten for many years and did a lot of artsy stuff with the children.
Yeah, so she had some say in the arts just because of having to deal with kids that to entertain them and to instruct them on making all together. Let's see. I think I may make this guy have a bow tie. I don't know why. I feel like he needs a little.
That's exactly my process. You look at it and then you think, okay, what's it's missing? A bow tie.
A bow tie and a top hat. Like all of a sudden he's becoming more jazzy to me, and like maybe that's what it is. It's just a little jazzy cuttlefish of some sort. We'll figure it out. This is the challenge of making something where I don't know where it's going and where it's going to end up. Man, my feed is still blurry again. I don't know what's going on with my feed. What time is it? What time is it there now? Let's see. It's 4. So we started at. You said it was 8 o'clock, so now it's already 10:41.
I'm still here. It's almost 11.
Yeah. Woo. And you said your normal bedtime is what?
It's like 7 p.m.
Wait. What?
No. But almost no. It's like 9, maybe 9 p.m.
Okay.
So I'm yes.
Yeah, you're past due. I just that's so early. You know how you were saying earlier, like you need something like that, like the time frame, because of how you're so ancient and old at this point.
Yes.
My wife and I, like last night, we went to bed at 12:30ish, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
And that was early for us. Our general time frame in which we go to bed is more along the lines of like 2 or 3 in the morning. And so
okay.
when I hear someone saying like 9 o'clock, I'm like, you must get up early then.
Yes, I have to because of school, my daughter's school. I have to get up early.
Well, do you get a chance to nap though?
No, I don't do napping. It makes me angry. So napping is not my
What do you
my
mean
jam.
Angry?
No, I don't know if angry is a strong word. Fuzzy maybe.
Okay. Yeah, makes you off in some way.
Yes.
Or another. Okay. There's angry, like you're upset at people. I mean, no, that's not unheard of. I just realized that, like, yeah, sometimes if I nap, my temperament is changed dramatically in the process. So angry makes sense. I'm going back on my word. Angry makes sense. I don't have a problem with it now.
I think I'm planning on ending my work at maybe at 11. So
okay.
If anybody has another question, maybe it's a good time now, so I can still answer them. It's so cool that there are still people here in the live stream.
Well, see, this is if they're tuning in from the U.S., it's only 4:44 right now in the afternoon, and so it's we're still at an early stage.
Okay, yeah, I see.
And so
the German people are all off to bed, I think.
Yeah, they're all have to get up early in the morning, and they don't take naps like us Americans.
I don't know if I can speak for everybody, but napping is not my jam. Should be a T-shirt. It's a cool comment.
Let's see. It's Teacher Mary that said that. Yeah, I'm looking back to see if there's any other questions. People are saying, what program are you using? And it's Photoshop. Let's see. Someone asked, will you draw a dachshund dog for me? But that may take too long to get there. I missed that one.
I didn't get it. A dog who's making
saying,
what?
Could you draw a dachshund for them? But that's
a dachshund.
It's a bit late.
Okay.
Late in the game. I don't expect you to draw.
Okay, I can try to make another. I have still
super quick
bit of space over here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Super quick dachshund if you can.
Super quick dachshund. And it's always time for a dachshund, so.
Oh man, okay. This color is actually a little funky on me here. And so a couple other questions. I want to like nail some of this down for you, or get questions that if people don't have them, I'm going to ask them stuff that I probably should have asked earlier on. Okay, so the Kidlit world is I feel like going through a slow moment, but obviously you have a lot of work still. You know, you have stuff lined up for a while. But have you heard anything from other folks talking about sort of like the speed at which jobs are coming in? And the reason why I ask is just so I'm up on sort of all of it. Like I've heard a lot of folks say that it definitely is slowed down, but I don't know if it's across the board, especially like where you're located or the clientele that you're working with. Have you noticed any sort of slowdown in particular?
No, not really. I always think, okay, it can't be go on like this, but then comes another job around the corner. So I don't know how it happens sometimes, but I was lucky the last years. So maybe I have worked until summer. So I don't know what's coming after this, but now it's still okay.
Have you had moments where there was nothing on your plate though? Or has it always been relatively consistent?
Short times, a short amount of times when I had nothing, but really we are talking like 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then it went on, yes.
I mean, I definitely like have had, I think maybe a month or maybe like a month and a half where it died off for a second. That was pandemic. That was, you know,
okay.
There was
I didn't pandemic was for me wasn't much of a difference. There was work was still going on, and my other job is I'm working for a big supermarket company. So this was obviously a good time for them. So both of my jobs were really good during the pandemic. So I was also lucky there. I know that other people had problems during that time, but not me. So
wait, when you say it was good for the supermarket, how is it good for the supermarket?
Yeah, the pandemic was very good for the supermarket because it stayed open all times, and people bought a lot of stuff during the pandemic because restaurants are closed.
Okay.
And everything is closed, so they had to cook at home.
Gotcha.
So it was a good time for supermarkets.
That makes a lot more sense. Thinking about the like people staying home and cooking aspect, I was thinking like the idea of people not going out, but you're right. People did go out to the supermarket to get stuff. Manner so.
Yeah.
That threw me for a loop there for a second. Oh, look at the dachshund. Someone, Zara Jewel says, what kind of illustration jobs do you get the most? Do you get work outside of the Kidlit market on a regular basis, or is it primarily just Kidlit that you're sort of in right now?
It's just Kidlit. I did some editorial a while ago, and I would love to get more into it, but it's hard to get jobs in editorial. I feel yes, but I would love to, but it's mostly Kidlit and mostly board books and picture books.
I mean, I get primarily Kidlit, but I also get editorial and what I call adult or grown-up books, which does not sounds dirtier than what it is. Just like mystery covers and things of that sort. But I also started out in editorial, and so like I have an agent that's an editorial agent as well. So Mima Illustration says, so you're not a full-time illustrator? Neither of us are.
No.
Neither of us. We have day jobs that keep us busy and challenge us on a regular basis.
We have to.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's I a lot of the people I know that do have a or that are full-time illustration also have partners that have relatively good paying jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And so the risk, the inherent risk is not exactly the same. And like right now I'm the sole provider. And so like, if I don't have a job, we have no money coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And the inconsistency, I assume this is the same for you, is like the inconsistency of freelance. I don't want to bank solely on that right now as being the breadwinner for said family.
Mm-hmm.
Does that connect to you as well? That idea of
Well, I have I'm fortunate to have an ex-wife who's also the other mother of my child, and she's also providing for our daughter, of course, and that's cool, perfect. But sure, I work. I'm not supporting a whole family, and so isn't she. We are like splitting up the bills for our child, and that's I consider myself lucky to have her still for this, because if you're all alone by yourself, it's hard, I think. If you have children, it's even harder, and pets and the house and all that. But yes, I'm still working wise. I'm by myself, and I know that people are some couples are lucky to support each other. That's great if you have this.
but not all of us. Yeah, not all of us have that. So let's put out that call one more time. Any single ladies out there who are go back to that.
I'm not sure if I should have said this. I'm really I'm afraid I'm a desperate woman now on the internet searching for somebody. But yeah, I'm if you're single, you understand the struggle. So
yeah, I'm sure it's fine. And if there are folks out there who are who no don't go harass that situation. But if you feel like there's a true love connection, then who are we to stop true love? It's the first time ever someone said that on here, and I just think it's so funny as a concept of
there's just no singles in the world. This is the problem. They are all paired up, everybody. I'm the last single, so this is I know this is not true, but sometimes it feels
like it.
Yeah.
There's someone out there. There's someone out there, and it's a matter of time
for everybody.
Yeah, it's a matter of time.
Yes.
Well, you seem like a wonderful person, and so I can't imagine, unless you've been keeping something from us the whole time.
It's a lot of stuff I'm keeping.
Yeah.
This is my first Instagram live, and I'm really being as honest as I can be.
You have lots of skeletons in the closet that you have not brought up yet.
Maybe, but you still have to surprise each other in the future. So I can't give away everything now. So there has to be exciting to meet me one day. So
keep them all guessing.
Yes.
I see one other question here. Says, so do you work full time in your day job?
No, not full time.
Okay.
For me, I don't. No. It's like part time, but 4 days a week.
Yeah. Enough that you have some freedom to go do stuff. Like even with my teaching, I'm a full time teacher, but I'm not in the classroom 5 days a week. I'm in the classroom 2 days a week, and then meetings other days a week. And there's a bunch of other like odds and ends that weigh into it, but it is not a consistent time frame
Mm-hmm.
of sorts. And so it allows for a little bit more flexibility as a freelancer to be able to, find times to work. Trying to find, I have another section that I can use. Here, let's see, let's use this. Okay, any last questions from folks? We only got a matter of a few minutes left with our guest. This is your chance to ask a question that you've been dying to ask. There's been people tuning in the whole time, and
Wow.
they need to speak up now or forever hold their peace. Late in Denmark, so I have to go to bed. Yeah, you got these old timey folks that go to bed at well, I guess no, it's late there, so never mind. What time do you get up with your daughter to go get ready for school and all that stuff? Is it
around 6:30?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's late here. Teacher Marin, I don't know if do you have the feed up so you can see what people are saying?
Yes, but it's
Okay.
like I said, it's another thing to make
That's right.
simultaneously.
Yeah.
So, but I'm looking sometimes over there. Yes.
Teacher Marin says, thank you so much for being so open and sharing. Make on Main says, happy to catch you live. What does that say? I can't even see it here. They either haven't shown on my feed or I haven't caught them. Someone says, Sarifi, something like that, says, it was lovely and good conversation and beautiful. Thanks so much. Someone says, okay, how do you say your name? First of all, let's do the your name. Say it with as much German gusto as you can.
Do you mean my Instagram name or my full name?
We were gonna do both. I was gonna
Okay. The Instagram name is Apfelhase, which means apple bunny, apple rabbit. Yeah. It used to be a character I drew once. It's basically an apple with rabbit ears. And my name is Anna Süßbauer.
Anna Süßbauer. Yeah. Okay. I probably did not do a perfect job with it earlier, but wait, how do you say
it? It was almost perfect.
Apfelhase.
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 Mm-hmm.
When my wife, I was like, I don't know what this means, and then when she told me that it was apple bunny, I was like, that's such a cute, like, I didn't know that it was a piece that you had done originally, but hearing that now, I'm like, oh, I want to go see that apple bunny. Is it up on your Instagram somewhere? Is it hidden there?
No, it's maybe no, I don't think so. It's anymore. It's very from the start. It was just one character.
You're embarrassed by
comics with him. Yes.
Oh, I want to see it.
Maybe I do another new Apfelhase.
Yeah. So all these people go like, what does that mean? And then you can say, this is where it comes from.
Yes.
It's a little apple bunny.
Right. I couldn't get rid of the name now, even if I try to, because it's everywhere over Instagram. So I cannot change it now. So it has to stay there forever.
That's the challenge of branding is once it gets big enough. Like there was a time where I looked at getting trying to buy out markhoffman.com, which is owned by a guy who says he's an illustrator and whatnot. Not me. And if I were to do that, I mean, I totally could. The problem is it would, I would have to pay a lot probably to get him to sell it. But also, I've built up enough of a name with my own handle at this point that it'd be silly for me to jump to something else. That it would just like, I don't know. It would be too much of a hassle to try to get everybody on board with something else at this point. And so, Studiohoffmann it is. Well, let me say, because I know that we're hitting that mark of time here, but it has been a real pleasure to have you on. And like I said, big fans in this household of everything that you do. And so I'm very, very excited that you were able to join us tonight and that we were able to connect here. So I can't say thank you enough for you taking the time, especially late at night, especially when I'm sure you have plenty of other things that you need to do that are on your plate. And so I can't say thank you enough.
Thank you for having me, and it was very exciting. It was funny and inspiring to talk with you, and I'm happy I did it.
Good. I'm glad that was it scarier than what it ended up being?
No, it wasn't scary at all. I was just nervous, but
Oh, okay.
it was very much fun. Yes.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I want to make sure people are put at ease when they join. So thank you so much. And then do me a favor, if you do post these, tag me so I can see, so they pop up in my feed right away. I'd be super appreciative of that. And then I will be in touch later on.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Have a nice day. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Now that we'll see if my feed goes back here real quick. So, well, wait, is it blurry? No, I'm just watching. Hold on a second. Okay, now that it's just me, little old me, what I'm gonna do, I saw there were a couple of questions that were sort of directed at me that I want to make sure that I address. So if you're still watching, there was someone asking about being an art professor. Why can I zoom in? There we go. I just want to get a little tighter there. That I want to address. I just didn't want to interject that in the middle of everything else. And then I saw there was another question that I want to sort of get to that was back here, but we can't say thank you enough to Anna Süßbauer for joining us. Okay, so tips for branding I will get to, and then I want to make sure I get all these. I'm just looking at the feed here. I don't even know if you can see that, but okay, so Hejronja illustration, that's my guess. Hejronja, something like that. How do you become an art professor? Good question. Part of that depends on where you are located, and sort of the expectations. In the U.S. here, there's oftentimes an expectation that you have a master's or a terminal degree, meaning that if you are, in the arts, generally the highest you can go is getting a master's. If you're in art history, the highest you can go is getting a doctorate. And so a lot of times there's that expectation that if you want to be a full-time person teaching, that you have something of that sort. But in the arts, there's also the idea that you just need to have some experience. So like, especially in today's day and age, there's not a ton of, on the illustration side, there's not a ton of illustration programs out there for masters. There are some that are around, but they're just not on the same, not in the same amount that you would get with something like a fine art master's program that's out there. And so finding something that allows you to teach while you work, or while you get that master's program is huge. I think that's really, really important. But most of the colleges and things that are around are looking for someone who has some sense of experience in the classroom, if feasible. Again, like I said, it's not necessary, but if you have it, makes it a whole lot easier for them to understand that you are ready to sort of teach. And it's funny because I don't think it's the sole marker of a good teacher is to have some sort of master's. In fact, I know quite a few folks that have masters that are not great teachers, or have tried it and did not like it and whatnot. I think it's what it really boils down to is just, are you thinking on a different level than just the simplicity of just like, here's homework and done. But there are also, like I said, there are people who don't have a master's who are fabulous in a classroom, and so it really just depends. I would highly suggest, if you have interest in doing something like that you go teach in a different setup. So like teaching a continuing ed class, or teaching something that is intended for, that doesn't have the requirement of education added to it. And what I mean by that is like having something that's effectively a continuing ed course or something where you can go teach it without a ton of prior education or experience. The expectation, of course, is that you're going to be knowledgeable. That's a must. But outside of that, you don't need to have the same complexity of education in order to do that. I don't know if that makes any sense, but and you just also have to love the idea of thinking on your feet. That's a huge part of it. And as I've said to quite a few folks throughout the years, that I don't really change a lot of what I'm teaching. I change how I teach it. And I think that is, in my mind, the mark of sort of good education is not necessarily that you have to teach the newest, hippest thing, but you have to teach content in a way that is different depending on who you're dealing with and what their interest level is on those new and hip things. And so like the equivalent of when I teach something like a professional practice class, of course I need to be up to date on sort of what industries need and things of that sort. But effectively, I'm still teaching content like branding, or I'm teaching content like, sorry, I'm looking for colors in the background here that I can use that have that more hot pink color. There we go. Or I'm teaching stuff about like how to communicate with people via email and things of the sort. And like, that's not going to change over time. But the type of student that comes into the classroom does change. And so they come in with different experiences because times have changed. So rather than them being really excited about using email, well, most of the students I have right now don't want to email anybody. So what do they use instead? They end up using stuff like Instagram or these other like sources that allow you to contact and interact with people. Stuff like what's it called? Discord has become a big one for quite a few folks. And so I have to learn how to sort of like, okay, if you're going to use that, what is the approach that you would give in using that type of software or networking device? Okay, then I see there was a question about branding. What are your thoughts on branding? What are your tips on branding? I think tips on branding, number one is you got to figure out who you are. I don't care if you're if you have really cool branding, if it doesn't match who you are, then that's a huge red flag. And so figuring out who you are, what your voice is, one of the things that I'm going to teach all the students this semester is just about sort of how to figure out who you are. Not necessarily like telling them like, this is what you should do for your branding. Here's what logo you should use and things of the sort, but more so just, okay, what are methods in which you can sort of discover that on your own and be reflective on it as time goes on. And so the equivalent of, I tend to have students work on some language aspects, so things like writing artist statements and stuff like that seems to be really helpful for them. I want to release my first collection of works. Do you have any tips for that? What do you mean by your first collection of works? That seems like a really broad term, and so I want to make sure I understand what you're talking about. This is coming from Macon, Maine. I'm assuming you're talking about artworks, but what does that mean, a collection of works? Does that mean paintings? Does that mean you want to, you know, you have a series that you want to put in a gallery, in a book, in a, what does that entail? Because that makes a huge difference in this case. Or my answer will depend on that information. About 20 small paintings with similar subject matters. I mean, small galleries are the best way to start to get your work out there. And so what I would do is approach local galleries that, and when I say galleries, I don't mean that you have to have like a pure art gallery as the go-to. The place that I sell most of my fine art, I will call it, is actually a storefront, and so they sell. They have a gallery and like they sell vases and cool little trinkets and things of the sort. And one of the reasons why that is really helpful is they're not looking to solely make money off of artwork, so they can be a little bit more playful with who they invite in. But also, one of the things that I think is helpful in that situation is they bring in clientele that are not looking for the. I'm trying not to like look at this or say this in a negative way. They're not bringing in the most highbrow folks, and I don't mean that in the sense of like they're dumb folks that walk in, but more so, it's not people going in there being like, I need to be a collector of art, and I'm only going to buy the finest of fine art and things of the sort. This is people who come in and go, I'm willing to buy some art, but I also am just starting out, and I don't know if I can afford giant pieces, so I'm going to take a gamble on some smaller works or things of the sort. And so, like, one of the shows that I show in regularly is this a show that's called Enormous Tiny Art. It's through a gallery that's called Nakata. They are based out of sorry, I'm getting my finger stuck to some of these pieces here. They're based out of there we go, Portsmouth, Maine. Or no, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'm sorry, I was thinking Portland, Maine. Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and they have a bunch of artists from around the country and the world who put in artwork, and they have rules for some of the shows. So like the Enormous Tiny Art show that I'm in, nothing can be over a certain size. And that just means that they can get more people to show at a single time, which is, you get a lot more voices in the room, which is great. But also they allow for individual shows, on top of the Enormous Tiny Art show that they do. And it's just a good entry point for a lot of people, are these kind of like small group shows. And in this case, the Enormous Tiny Art has grown to be a much bigger show. But I would look at sort of local small place like that. There's a cafe in the town that I teach where lots of people have shows and sell tons of work. And so it doesn't always have to be a super artsy fartsy sort of location. It can be just some place that your work gets seen. And especially if you're just starting out. The other option that you can consider, and this is, I don't know if 20 is enough, but the idea of making some sort of collection like a book that has your work in it. And so people buy the book like a coffee table book kind of situation. But generally you're going to need more than 20 pages for that to feel like something more than just like a pamphlet or a magazine of some sort. And so that may require a little bit more effort in a situation like that to get it to be the amount that sort of merits a book format. But that's my initial thought. What other questions do we have, folks? I'm just building more cuttlefish here in the background. I'm trying to leave a lot of the color on the one that's in the foreground. I'm going to probably give some sort of like nuance to it. I don't know what, but we got until 6. I'll put this stuff in. So what other questions do we have? How can I help? Once Anna jumped off, we have just me, little old me, but I have the desire to help, and so I need questions. So, love your cuttlefish drip. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Is that hip language that I should know? Drip? It scares me. I don't like it. Is that a dance term? Is that a reference to something that's visually happening? Outfit. Oh, okay. Is that a term, drip? I feel like I'm like out of the loop hearing that. I mean, thank you. Don't get me wrong. Now that I know that's a positive thing, then yes, thank you. But I just never have heard that term. First steps to start a small business in illustration. What kind of business? Are we talking like making your own prints and stuff like that? Or are we talking a freelance career with art directors and clients? Because those are two different things. If we're talking about sort of like the personal, I'm going to go make prints and sell it at locations and cons and things of the sort, there's one approach. But if we're talking about working with clients outside of yourself, not spec work of some sort, I don't know if there's like a small business side to it. It's more of a freelance contract thing. But what are we talking here? Give me some more parameters to work with. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna cut this leg down. I don't like how long that one is compared to that. There we go. Okay, and then trim. Come over here and trim. For Kidlit mostly, but maybe additionally a shop with postcards and stuff like that. Okay, so if it's Kidlit and you want to start your own sort of thing. So if we're talking US, you don't need to have a business. I'm just additionally adding to this conversation in the sense of you don't need to have a business in the sense of like you need to have a business, an LLC or things of the sort for that to work. What you do need is you need to have a couple of things that get you going. So networking is huge. You need to have clientele. Those clientele can come from, all over the place. So if you're someone who is interested in working in Kidlit, obviously publishers are going to be that network that you need to build up. Agents are the way to go. Kidlit, you can do your own thing in Kidlit. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with self-publishing, but there is a challenge, an inherent challenge with trying to go it alone and not go through some of the big publishers, and that is financially and marketing. And so getting you out in front of people can be really hard when you have to do it all yourself. Some people love that challenge. It's not my personal cup of tea, but if that's what other people like to do, then so be it. I think that either way, you need to be in front of people. So whether it's someone else marketing you or you marketing you, need to be in front of people. The other thing that comes into play in it is you need to package everything up and make yourself look professional. So what I mean by that is you need to understand who your client is, what their expectations are, what kind of things you need to do in order to get those jobs. You can't just go and say, hey, I want to do Kidlit, everybody come hire me. You need to understand sort of what is required for that job. And that job, in this case, is storytelling. So you need to make sure you have a portfolio that showcases storytelling. You got to make sure that you are getting out to events where the people who can actually buy Kidlit and be involved in sort of that world have the ability to see your work. So that means going to conferences, that means going to events and showcases and gallery shows that are related to it. The other thing that comes into play, I mean, obviously having a good portfolio, that is number one, that's above anything else. But I think that for me, when people ask me about sort of like how to prep for the world of Kidlit, a lot of it is knowing how to tell a story, both in a image, but also your story as an artist. And so rather than just saying everybody understands who you are and what you do, if someone came up to you and said, what do you draw? You need to be able to state it relatively quickly and clearly versus having an expectation that everybody just gets it. Getting it is not enough of an answer across the board. You need to make sure that you can clearly and succinctly state what it is, what you do. It's one of the reasons why I ask people at the beginning of these sessions to say, I ask them in particular, like, what is it that you do? Can you tell people what you do? And some people, most people just say, like, I'm a kidlit person, that's fine. But what's your specialty? What sets you apart from everybody else? Make sure you know how to say that. Excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Bless me. Thank you. I don't know if anybody knows that meme, where the guy sneezes and then blesses himself and then thanks himself. It's a very funny meme. I'm trying to think if there's other things that are in that same sort of ballpark. But and then as far as setting up a shop and things of the sort, one of the things that I think is critical, and I stress this to students on the regular, is it's cool that you want to make stuff. And I think that that's wonderful. I think the challenge comes in when it comes to, will people actually buy what you are selling? And so I have lots of students who come that like make cool designs and everybody says, hey, I want a sticker of that, or I want these things. You know, I want to buy one of those. And then in reality, when it comes to actually buying them later, there's quite a few students that don't actually do that. And some of that is just finances. Some of that is, you know, everybody wants to be supportive of the arts, but when it comes to shelling out money versus saying they'll shell out money is two different things. And so you need to know who your clientele are, what they can and will spend in any given situation. So you're not making a bunch of product or things based on a false notion. And so, you know, spec work is really challenging in the sense, spec work meaning like made, I don't even, with spec work, no, what does it mean? Why am I drawing a blank on it? It's not unspecific, but speculative, there we go. Work that is, you're thinking it will sell, but you have no guarantee. That's different than client work. So client work is someone's coming to you saying, hey, we have this job, here's how much it pays. Do you want it? And you do that work, and they have parameters that you are attending to. They may say, we need it done by this date, and we need this specific item drawn, or whatever it may be. Spec work is more, I want to draw some little wizards. I think everybody will like wizards, but in reality, you have no clue whether that's what people want or not. So that one's challenging. I just think part of it is you need to do the research on what sells, how much it sells for. How much profit do people make? A lot of times the challenge that shows up in that situation is there's lots of people who are excited about making their own work, and then they undercharge dramatically for what they're doing, and in turn do not make the profit that they should. And you don't want to put in the time and effort and then not make the money. And so making sure that you understand sort of how much to charge for any given product. So it's not just throwing away your time, because if that's really what it is, it's about making, you know, if you want to make money, you need to know your market. What's it? Okay. Hijronja illustration says storytelling portfolio pieces means a series of multiple images with the same character doing stuff. Not necessarily. Storytelling means, I mean, I can tell a story in an image without having multiple images. It's one of the things that I like to sort of teach quite often is that you can hint at a story, you can hint at what's going to happen and what has happened without necessarily having to have multiple pages do that for you. You know, if I had, like an example, I'm working on this piece here. If I had something like this cuttlefish here has their shoes tied together, well then all of a sudden it's going to cause chaos and there's going to be lots of tumbling and things of the sort. Why is their shoe tied together? Maybe they're just incapable of tying their shoes, and can I hint at that in some way through visual elements in this piece that will imply, hey, they're not all together. It's basically the way of showing story is leaving a question. What is going to come next? and is everything going to turn out okay? In a case like this illustration, I don't have that in there yet, but I'll see if I can fit something in there by the end. But that idea of like not knowing exactly where it's going to go, and your job as the illustrator is to sort of hint at, this is where the story is coming from. This is what's going to challenge the reader as they read this this book. They're going to go, ooh, I don't know where this character is going, or I'm worried for them. Like, that's how you set up a story. And so I don't know if it has to be multiple. Multiple is a way to do it, but it's not necessary. Let's see. Is it better to use your name and surname in illustration on web, or brand which defines who you are? Okay, so here's, I'm gonna say exactly what I tell my students, and this one is a no-brainer in my mind. If you can get your name, get your name. And the reason I say that is, in particular, if you go look me up right now and you type in Mark Hoffman, you're gonna find, one, there's a serial killer with my name, and so like that's not great. But what I really wanted to hint at was there is a person out there who says they're an illustrator named Mark Hoffman, Mark J. Hoffman. I'm Mark B. Hoffman, but Mark J. Hoffman owns markhoffman.com. And had I been smarter, I would have probably tried to get that name earlier on, and then I wouldn't be Studio Hoffman, I would be markhoffman.com. But at this point, for me to get that name, I would have to pay him a lot of money, and it's not worth it since I built up my reputation as Studio Hoffman, right? But to have a name, just to get a URL, if you can get it, it doesn't cost a lot per year. And so what I tell my students is, even if you want to brand yourself as a company, like you want to call yourself Little Boots Junction, I don't know, I'm just making up a name here. If you want to call yourself that, that's awesome. You can do it. But if your name is also available, go get it so people can't use it. The equivalent of when new social media pops up, guess who guess who gets Studio Hoffman every time, just in case it takes off, or just in case I want to use it. I'm out there, I get it. So I have TikTok, I have all these things, all these different, I have a, what's it called, Mastodon. That was one of those social media things that was going to blow up. I have those. I don't use them, but I have them. And it's that same idea of, I'm going to lock it down so no one else can use it and besmirch my name. Let's put it that way. And so I think it's worth getting your name if it is available. If it is not available, then it just becomes a question of, what branding or what name you want to go with otherwise. So Brianna Kate.art. I'm still struggling breaking away from my training in realism and finding a clear style in illustration. What do you think can help this process? Okay, I think one of the things is to, this is something I'm stressing to some of the mentorship folks I'm having right now. This is a freebie. This is something that you're not going to get anywhere else but here. I think one of the best ways is to challenge yourself by getting rid of some of the things that make it comfortable for you to make art. And so I'm not going to say this is the answer for everybody, but if you are right-handed, what happens if you use your left hand? If you like to work with paint, what happens if you have to do something with print? If you like to, I think the idea of can you limit or change some aspect of the way that you work? If you are someone who likes to take their time painting, great, change your time frame so you don't have that ability to take that time. And then you're automatically just going to force your hand into doing something different. So if you're someone who likes realism, my assumption is that you like to look at things and reference. Guess what? Get rid of your reference. If you're someone who likes to, get perfect lighting, intentionally make your lighting awkward and weird. or don't use lighting at all, and force yourself to change and mix up your habits. Basically, is what I'm hinting at. Not everybody needs to be crazy with their artwork in this sentiment, but I do think that it's worth considering that one of the reasons why you're probably stuck in realism is just because it's habitual. And so can you break that habit? If that makes any sense at all. For me, one of the things that I think is really helpful is to give myself a goal before I start to make. So like if I was doing, in this case, cuttlefish, one of the things that I want to do, like I started out with cuttlefish, but then hamster for a second, then, or not hamster, but a hedgehog, and now I'm back to cuttlefish. One of the things I want to do with cuttlefish is, can I make a cuttlefish cute? Or like not weird looking, because I think they're all kind of weird looking. And so is there a way for me to design something that is more than just weird squid? And so like, can I put a face on it? Can I put a mouth on it in a spot that doesn't make sense for what it is? And so I have done that in this case. Does it do it perfectly? Probably not for the way that I want it to be, but just that idea of like, can I give myself a little mini challenge before I start the piece? And so whatever that may be for you, if it's like to break realism, what defines realism? And in my case, the way I would look at it is generally like realism is quite often is based on reference, is quite often about like trying to capture likeness. And once you remove that idea of like, maybe you don't draw things that have likeness. Like if you're drawing people, well, there's going to be a tendency to try to make people look like people. But if I told you got to draw a character that's a mason jar, well then, like, who cares if it's perfect at that point, because it's not a real person. You're not trying to mimic a mouth and all these different things. I see my wife said something here. Alexandra Hooker, yeah. You can make your name be the brand. Of course, that is true. My wife says, once a visiting illustrator at my school recommended I draw and paint using my own previous drawing as reference. Yeah, and then draw again from that reference. I've done that with a few folks too, said that same thing of like, if you are too reference heavy, draw from the reference, put the reference away, give yourself some time away from that reference and your drawing, and come back to it, and then draw using your original drawing as the reference, and then do that again. And every time you do that, you're going to get further and further away from said original content or original reference, and it's just going to get more abstract and interesting and challenging as you go along. And so I think that that's a very valid argument of ways to mix it up. So you're just, again, you're not necessarily sidestepping, but you are disconnecting the idea of the reference being in front of you and sort of removing yourself. You're becoming first person to third person to second person, or to fourth person to fifth person, etc. And so just like the game of telephone, it's going to change over time just because you are not going to be able to keep that consistency. Solid point, Lauren. Solid point. Whoever that was made a solid point. Was it me? Did I say that? I'm smart too. Not by much, but I am. If I've done some artwork, if I have some artwork done for a client which is going to be published, everything went great and I got paid, what would be a fair percentage to license this right to him for making a limited, I'm assuming that's what that says, print? Okay, first of all, who owns the rights to the original artwork? I mean, unless you put it in the contract, effectively you own the rights to it. So you can do whatever you want. They might have, it really depends on the contracts. I don't know without having that in front of me, but the idea that when you create artwork, at least in the US, it is yours and the rights are yours unless otherwise consented to previously. And so like you can sell the rights to print versus the rights to web can be totally different depending on, you know, how you want to do those for folks. And so I don't know what your situation is 100% with this, but I'm under the assumption that you own the rights to all of that content. And if that is true, then it's up to you how you want to use it. If you want to give the person rights to be able to do a print of that, I would really start to question, okay, how many prints are being done? Where are they being sold? For how long is this print run going? So like the equivalent of, if they're doing a series of prints and it's only going to be available, they're going to have 10 prints and then it's done. Well, that's a different story than if you're going to have, 10,000 prints and they're being sold until the end of time. You may want a different cut depending. So you need to really sort of go back. Let's see, I own all the other rights. He got the rights for publishing, but now he wants to sell some prints of it as well. And happy to grant it to him. What I would do is so there's this book that I use, and I don't know if it will have this content specifically, but it will talk about this. It's called the Graphic Artists Guild's Pricing and Ethical Handbook. I use it every year. You can go find it. If you go to the Graphic Artists Guild, you can find it, or you can find the book on Amazon and things of the sort. And it helps you price out work early on in your career. Like if you don't know how much you should be charging, what it does is it gathers information from other illustrators of how much they're selling their work for and things of the sort. But it does go through a little bit of pricing and sort of how to price your work accordingly. In a case like this, it really depends again on how much was it, how much was the original, publishing rights worth? How are they going to use it? Ooh, that makes an arrow. I don't want that. Yuck. I wanted to make a little bow tie, but I don't want an arrow. There's a lot of factors in it, but that idea of grabbing that book might be beneficial because it might help you get a better sense based on sort of what's going on. But I would definitely, if you're going to do something of the sort, I would put a cap on it of how many prints the person can run and for how long. So maybe there is a limitation of like a time frame in which they have to work, and maybe there's a limitation on how many they can sell without having to re-up by buying more rights, essentially. I just don't think that leaving it open-ended is a safe idea, because what if the print really takes off and you sold it for a cheap amount? Give yourself that option to be able to go back and adjust based on how things are going with the run of that print. And obviously, like if it's a friend or if it's someone that's close to you, whatever, you can negotiate and make that a deal that's decent for everybody. But it would be a limited run of 200 prints to in the guild. It doesn't really say. I was wondering if there was a certain cut. Oh, predefined ask for. Oh, sorry, I missed that. I would assume that if he's doing the work and he's printing, that you should get a certain amount of that net. And so it becomes a question of like how much you're willing to go with. My assumption is that you would probably go up to 50% if you were to do. Well, wait, it would be a limit of 200. I wasn't wondering if there was a certain cut. Wait, I was wondering. Oh, wait, no, I'm trying to read this. It moves and I'm missing it. I wasn't wondering if there's a certain cut predefined to ask for. Yeah. So I'm, if you're looking at a percentage, the rights, you can give him the rights to make prints and get it all done, and he gets everything. If you're doing it where you're going to get a percentage of that, I would probably put it at somewhere like 25% of the net. So obviously there's the price that he is going to make the work for, 25, maybe up to 40, somewhere in that range would be sort of my thought. If he's going to do all the work of the printing, he's going to make sure that he's going out there and selling them. You don't want to shortchange it where you're getting more than he is. Even though it's your work, he's doing a lot of the work to get it out there. And so I think give him, I don't know why him, but in this case him, give him fair share of the work that he's putting in to get the image out there. But I do think that you should get a cut of whatever it is. So that's sort of like having royalties of some sort. If it is, you want a flat fee, i.e. you just want to get paid once, that's where you need to put a limit on how many he does. So if it's 200, 200, he can have, you might do something like where the first 200, you get a certain percentage, and then after that, you get a higher percentage or a lower percentage up to what you think. 25 up to 40 of the selling price, right? Not the selling price, the net. And so like the equivalent of, let's say he's charging, let's say it costs the person $5 to make the print, and they're charging $10. Well, then you're going to see $5 if you, or not $5, but let's say as an example, if you said 50% cut, and they were doing something that was $5 to make it, $10 to sell it, well, then you're making $5. They just make nothing in that case. So what you need to do is the net. So if they are spending $5 on each print and they're selling it for $10, their net is $5. Then you get 40% of that $5. That's the difference. Not, am I using net wrong? Maybe I'm using net wrong. But that idea of like, they're doing some effort. You want to allow them to have some of that money too. Let's see. How much time does it take me to illustrate a whole picture book, and what is a reasonable payment for it? Depends on who the publisher is. Generally for me, it's somewhere around 2 to 3 months to do the final art. But I generally get about 6 months from the sketching time until that final art is done. And so, you sketch, for me, it takes about a week for thumbnails, maybe a couple of weeks for refined sketches, but the actual finished artwork takes about a month. I'm sorry, 2 months to 3 months, somewhere in that range to finish. Payment depends on who the publisher is, how much they can afford, what they're going to do with it. And so I don't know as it's an easy sort of like, here's how much I would charge and whatnot. I don't think it's as simple as that for me to be able to relay all the pricing, because some publishers pay way more than others, and it really just depends on the project and what's involved. So here's what I'm doing. I'm gonna tie up this person's, or this the shoes on this. This will give me a story. I mentioned it earlier, so I'm just gonna do it. Their shoelaces are all gonna be tied together. I'm gonna try to thicken it up as I go. Whereas all these other guys are gonna have lovely clean shoelaces, and this is the one that's being picked on. Okay, next question was, how can I connect with an agency to illustrate? Well, okay, let me go back to his run to illustration. I will say this. You want to make sure that the work that you're putting in to illustrate a book, that you're making enough per spread, or like if you break it down into hours, what you don't want to do is you don't want to end up making like no money in the end because you're getting paid $14 for a spread. There are times where like students sometimes will come to me and they'll say like, oh, I got a job illustrating a picture book and I made $200. And it's like, okay, that's cool. You made money. I understand you gotta live and you gotta pay for groceries and things of the sort. But at the same time, $200 for 12 or, or not 12, but for like a 32-page picture book, you're making below minimum wage, and the time and effort put into it just doesn't merit that kind of price, and you should be asking for more. So I think some of it is knowing how fast you work, knowing what the expectations what the expectations are for said clientele, like how much they can actually pay, and what are they, are they looking for a full 32-page book? Are they looking for something else? All of that needs to come into play in a situation like this. Let's see if I can get this shoelace. What do they call the ends of shoelaces? There's a name to them. Egglets or something like that. I'm gonna probably put those on these. I'll just get some of these to come up here. Wrap around a leg a couple of times. I was trying to get enough. It'd be funny if this one is just literally tied around this leg. That's all that's happening here. The next question was, how can I connect with an agency to illustrate a children's book? There are sources for that. There's some books that can give you that information, but some of that's just getting out and networking. And so getting yourself out to conventions and things of the sort will make a huge difference. Finding an agent is a very challenging and time-consuming process, and so don't expect it to happen overnight. That idea that agency, it's just a matter of like just getting one. You need to do the work, and the best thing I can say is, you can query them and do all that kind of stuff, which is fine, but I also think that it's worth taking your time and really getting to know who the agency is and what their expectations are, and are they even available. It's some people end up spending years, absolutely years, trying to hunt down an agency that will even see them, not necessarily even represent them. And so just know that it will take some time. It is not a instantaneous thing. So let's see if I can get these other shoelaces in here. Why? So I don't know if it's just this is running out of ink or paint rather. But I'm gonna try my best to get some nice little shoelaces in here. So it's just this one is just bad. I also thought maybe I should make these tap shoes, but I'm not sure how I'm going to do that if I don't put like, I guess I could put little like silvery things underneath, but man, this marker's not doing a great job here. The other thing I would say for finding agents is get yourself connected to some stuff like this SCBWI and conferences where they show up. And so it's not just you out there trying to wing it of some sort. Is it even profitable to have a very detailed, i.e. time-consuming style? Yeah, it can be. It can be that. I think the challenge with having a time consuming process is you need to understand that you need to, one, make sure that you are clear with your clientele how long it takes to do the stuff, that they are paying you a fair share. But if it's detailed work and undetailed work doesn't mean that there's one that's harder than the other. I know it sounds probably counterintuitive, but simplification is extremely hard. And so I don't know as that is a make or break, whether, if it's detailed, it takes longer. I don't know if that's 100% true. What I do know in a situation like that is that you probably need to be more cognizant of what jobs you take, so you're not using, like the amount you're spending time-wise on a project is not underpaid, especially if you're only going to be able to take that one. And so you got to just be mindful of the projects that you take. Teacher Marin, thank you. I have questioned at times, like, would it be more profitable for me to have a like looser style or something that was maybe a little bit more I don't know, like if I were to do digital and go really, really flat, would that be more profitable? Maybe. But I also think then I run the risk of, is my work like everybody else's, or is it, is it inherently me, and am I somehow sacrificing, I just put that in the wrong spot. Am I somehow sacrificing the quality of what I want to do for, let's see. I don't know if I have, do I have a good one like this? Is this one good? This one might be still good. Let's see. Oh, this one might be good actually for what I need. I need to juice it up though. So I don't know. Is it? Maybe. Is it not? Maybe. I think I would question more of just like, is it worth it to you to put in the time and effort? And if it is, that just means you have to be more cognizant of the jobs you're taking. That's it. As simple as that. Let's see, does that do a better job? Oh, that is a little bit better. I'm just trying to make it so I'm using a little bit of a thicker, instead of having to double up that the weight of that one. Can I just use a little bit of a thicker marker here to get it done? What other questions we got? Any other questions? I only have a few minutes left. I just need to get these last few shoelaces done. It's just taking some time with these. And do I have? Oh, I do have color I can use. Okay. It's good. That one over there. Okay, let's see. I need to. I'm gonna have to digitally just make sure these get a little bit brighter white, just because they're struggling to. Sort of show up in this situation. Especially these. You can even see those. I just want to make sure those really pop. And then I was going to use something like this for little nubs on the ends. Whatever those are called. I'm off to pick up the boys. We stayed at his friend's house for a little bit. Okay, sure. I don't know what that means. It's my wife in the background. So here's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get those little, whatever those little things are called. I'm trying to make them colorful so they look like they're a little more noticeable given the situation that they're in. That one comes up here. It goes right there. Is there any other ones that I'm missing? I should make sure I get them all. Otherwise, it's problematic. Get them all. Oh, okay, and these. These need to have a couple. Okay. I think that may be it. If for some reason, oh no, I restarted this, so I do have some extra time. Okay. Okay, so it's not a mad rush. I can try to finish what I'm doing here. So what other questions do people have? How can I help? What I'm going to do, those eyes need to be a little different here now. Come back and block them out a little differently. The notes are in a shared note. Make sure to use the one that says party. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hoffey. Mr. Shoffey. I might need to start a new. This one may be dying. Maybe I'll start a new one. Okay, let's try this now. Look how pure and wonderful that is. Okay, let's see. Mr. Shoffey out. Maybe I'll just do it with real paint because it's becoming a pain. Okay, I see someone asked a question there. Let me get to it in a second. Let me get my paint down here real quick. Okay, so still newbie, how can I realistically estimate how much time the whole process for a book illustration will take? I mean, they're going to give you a certain amount of time, and you can, like, okay, how do I put this? As a total newbie, know that it does take time, no matter whether it's simple or not, it does take time. And it really is something where I think people need to be mindful of not wasting time when doing a picture book. You don't want to put it off until the last minute unless you have something else that's really, taking precedence first. I'm going to try to get rid of that altogether, that yucky mess right there. Let's see if I can get rid of it by a little bit of water and color. Get rid of some of the black. There we go, that's getting better. I might need to touch it up afterwards, but I'll do that. I find that most of the time when I get notes back from the publisher, I literally only have about 3 months to get it done before it's due. Publishing runs very, very slowly. And so even though you may have lots of time, they don't always run on the same clock as you. And so all of a sudden, what you thought you were going to have ages and ages to work on something, you're waiting for them to get back to you, and then all of a sudden that deadline is really close. Now, if it's too close, you can ask for more time. There's no reason why you can't. Most of the time they build into their schedule some extra time that, if they say that it's due on a certain day, more than likely there's another month sometimes that they have to be able to play with. But when you work, just know that you need to be cognizant of that time frame, and that you can't just assume that every publisher is going to give you lots of leeway. I would estimate most everybody that I've talked to when they work on books generally takes around 3 months, maybe a little bit longer sometimes, depending. And that also depends on who the publisher is and how much, again, leeway they're willing to give in those situations. Some of them are a little bit more giving than others, but most of the time they're pretty nice people, and they want the best book, and they don't want to sacrifice and say, like, hey, you have to have it done by this time or else, and then all of a sudden you turn in something that's junky. So I would, if you're worried about the time frame that it will take, you might ask even the publisher in a case like that, how long do you think this will take based on your previous experience? You might ask some other people that work in a similar style, how long does it take? I have no idea what your style is right now, so I can't instantaneously go, hey, this is how long it's going to take. It's not my my ability in this moment, but assume 3 months, roughly. Is fix a little color issue there with when I put in the when I redid these eyes. I got a little haywire. And now I want the tiniest little black. I love learning. Jonathan, nice. Well, that's very nice. Oh, Jonathan Nice is saying a lot of stuff there. Okay, what other questions do we have? I just jumped out of the live. Right, chat? Yeah, you can just chat in the comments and say, okay, I'm not upset by anything of the sort. Not sure I've given a little bit more of a confused look here. And then I'm going to grab my new white my dog's just whining upstairs. hopefully not for long. This little, let's see. Well, the question is, do I want to put eyes over here? I think I might need to. I think maybe two. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll do closed eyes. That may be better. Doggies. I'm almost done. I take back what I came in late. Am I doing a book illustration? Never mind, you do read the chat. I do. This is not for a book, this is just for fun. I do, basically when I do these, I do it solely just for fun on here, so. I really don't know why my dog normally doesn't whine as much as that, but they are. Okay, let's see. A couple other little things I'm going to do. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to get some color in a couple of spots that I need to get color in. I might come in and do a couple little knees here. I think these are fun. I think my dog thinks that they're alone. Let's see. Noodle! Oh, it's definitely Noodle. That's crying up there. I don't know if people can hear that, but that's my dog. Let's see if I can get these eyebrows a little bit more pronounced. There's just a cool customer back over here. And then I'm going to go put some. Cuttlefish have this like interesting sort of pattern that shows up on them. And that's what I'm trying to hint at with something like this. Just this. Noodle. Noodle saying, hey, it's dinner time. And Mama just left. My dog looked up here and Noodle. Yeah, Anna Süßbauer, 2017. The dog's name, full name, we have two dogs. One is Little Miss Mayonnaise. She's a Chug, which is a Chihuahua Pug mix. And then the other one that you're hearing up there is Noodle, that we call Mayo. It's not, even though her name is Little Miss Mayonnaise, we just call her Mayo. And then the other dog that you're hearing up there, we call Noodle, but her full name is Chicken Noodle Corn Dog. And that is a combination of family coming together trying to name the dog. And so one of us wanted Chicken Noodle, the other one wanted Corn Dog, and so we end up with Chicken Noodle Corn Dog. I originally wanted to name the dog Soup because I thought it was funny. Every name that I give to my pets, the sole intention is just, is it funny? And if it's funny, then it's fair game. And so Soup I thought was really funny. I'm trying to figure out, I want to give like the hint of bars in the back, like what do you call that? In a dance studio, they're like the little one. Here's a mirror, some lines for mirrors. You're in there. But then that little bar that goes across there, I'm gonna get that in there. I'm just questioning what color it should be. Should it be pink? Is that too much? Let's see. I feel like that's gonna be too much. So let's erase that out of there. Is it a bar? Yes, B-A-R-R-E. Correct. That's the one I'm thinking. Maybe I'll do it in this, like, do you have anything lighter than that thing? Ooh, wait. Ooh, yes. That's it right there. This color. It's the same thing as the floor, basically. I didn't realize that I had more of this. Ajranja illustration. I don't even know if I'm saying that right, but thank you for joining. I appreciate you joining us this evening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this cut here. I'm going to put it across there, and then I'll make a couple little things to make it look like a bar. A bear, a bar, or however you want to say it. And then we will wrap this guy up. I noticed, I forget who it was that pointed it out at one point, but I refer to things as this guy. Let's move this guy over there. Let's take this guy over here. There's a lot of gendering, but gendering specifically guy to things that I'm doing when it comes to placement or painting. And I don't know why, but it's always been that way. I know that someone pointed it out at one point that I always say, let's take this guy and put it over here. It's like people always saying that boats are she. It's the same sentiment, but in my case it's guy and art elements. There we go. Okay, so I will draw on the little lines that indicate said bar is connected to said wall. I'll do that with something like this. Let's get I might actually see if I do have a gray, but I think it's going to be too dark of a gray. Let's do this instead. Let's add, I do have white there. I don't know if my black paint is mixed or is dried, so I'm just going to grab a little black paint and I'm going to add a little bit of purple and blue out there so I have something that ties into the palette. Is Eric Carle a big inspiration for you? I mean, obviously I like Eric Carle. I wouldn't say he's a huge inspiration. I'm actually more interested in people that are doing stuff that isn't collage. I honestly, I've come to collage as a means to an end. It's not that collage is the aesthetic that I solely want to get. It forces my hand to make decisions in a way that I was struggling to do through paint. Like making natural decisions for my preferred method of making. And so like collage is great. I don't have anything bad to say about it. Anybody that does collage. But I wouldn't say collage is the only thing that is important to me in my work. And so I like my favorite artist, I do like Christian Robinson. He's a collage person. But most of the artists that I tend to look at artistically or I have an interest in visually are not collage artist of any sort, most of the time I gravitate away from it, to be honest. And so the reason that I do collage, or that I have an interest in collage, is, again, I get too tight with paint and a brush. I get into, like, I don't have enough of an irregular hand doing that, or I don't, the work doesn't have this sort of like looseness to it. And so by using scissors and collage, all of a sudden it becomes a little bit looser for me and allows me to have a different sort of like look to the work, or approach to making choices about shapes and things of that sort. And so that's why I lean on it. But Eric Carle's great. I have nothing wrong with Eric Carle, but like, is he the first person I'm going to go to? No. Maybe the second? No, I don't know. He's just not my immediate draw. Most of the people that I like to look at are like, honestly, like weird colored pencil and like not even, and I say this not in a way where I'm trying to imply that colored pencil isn't like a standard material for art making, but it is not seen as much in. I like people who are rough around the edges with their aesthetic. Let's put it that way. And so having people like, Eric Carle is one of them, but there's so many out there that do that kind of thing. Let's see. I think we're almost there. Let's do some final touches of shadows under feet. Maybe under some of these laces here. I have not seen. Hold on a second. My guess is you are asking them on the actual comment things, which I don't go to as often. No, that's not where it is. Okay, hold on a second. Let me look. I might have missed them, or maybe I'm not seeing. I'm looking back and I don't see them. So, why don't you ask? Obviously, you wrote in the comments here. Why don't you ask them real quick again, and I'll see if I can get to them. Do I fix my collage papers down with a glue or a matte medium? I use a glue stick, plain old glue stick. Do I like Monkey Minka? I think is her Instagram. I don't know. I'd have to go look. That doesn't ring a bell. I've said on here recently, like the person who I've really enjoyed thoroughly recently is Nomi Vola. It's Noe, I think, Mivola. That's an O, or it's Neo. Maybe it's Nomi. It's one of those two. I can't remember. I always get it mixed up. Vola, who does a lot of really, really fun work, and I've thoroughly enjoyed pretty much everything that she has done, and it's a little out there and funny. The one of the books that we have here has worms on a beach, but they've been pixelated because of their bits and pieces being visible, which is really funny to me that they would go to the trouble of doing that. So who was that? Can I see your comments? Niame _art. Again, I could not see them. I don't know where they were. So if you want to ask, please just put them in the comments here, and I'd be happy to. Monkey uses colored pencils, not 100% on her handle. I'll look her up. Yeah, no, I would love to. Love to see. So, I'm trying to think if there's any other odds and ends I want to add here. Sort of flush this out. We're basically getting to the end. The only other thing I think of is like, do I want to put something there? But I don't think I want to. I like this idea of sort of leading down into and then. I just want to I'm gonna test. This is how I can test. I take a big swatch of color, not this color, but just if I put something there, is it too drawing? I feel like it's too much to have something down in that corner. If I had something down there, I'd want it to cross over, but I don't feel like doing that. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clean up. I'm gonna get this guy sort of straightened up a little bit. Now that some of this is dried too, I might be able to come back and see about getting a little bit of a punchier white now that it's not completely wet down there in some of these situations. There's my wife coming home. I can tell because I can hear my son walking in the door. Okay. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get these colored or these pastas out of the way. Out of the way. Get this out of the way. Let's see about doing one last little touch up there. Pretty minor touch up, but just a little. Touch of white paint. Touch of white paint maybe right up that edge, down here just a touch. Minor little amount. Okay. Let's get these colored pencils put away. Get this out of the way. We have returned. I see that, Laura. Noodle was whining. I assume she's hungry. Let me get a lot of this cleaned up. Get my paints out of the way, and all I'm doing is getting this so I can get a nice clean shot at the end of what I made. Paints out of here. These two paints can go over here if they always stay there. This can go over there. This can go over there. Did I use this? I guess I didn't use that. That can go over there. That can go over there. All the rest of this is going to get swept up and put away, but I'm going to go grab the finished surface that I normally use, which is a black piece of mat board over here. This is my put it on something so it looks nice moment. And then let's get in here and we'll get in a little tighter on it. And we'll call it that. Okay. So next week at 8 p.m. Eastern, we have on Dan and Jason. For those who don't know, that's Dan Abdo and Jason Patterson, I believe. I just know him as Dan and Jason. I went to school with Dan. They are the author illustrators of the graphic novel series Barb the Barbarian, as well as Blueberry and Pancakes. And they'll be joining us at 8 p.m. It's the first time I've had two people on as a individual non-gap or non-game and doodle. And so normally when I have multiple people on, it's a game and doodle, which means we have a totally different setup. We're actually playing games, art games. But this time we'll be all making. And so we'll have all of them involved. And that will be at 8 p.m. On Thursday night. Again, 8 p.m. Eastern. Otherwise, I hope everybody had a lovely time. I will upload this to YouTube shortly. My guess is probably in a couple of days. Otherwise, I will see you next week. And y'all have a good one. All right, nighty night. Bye.